Mic check, microphone. All right, so we're having some audio here. So I do hope that this audio will last. As to what is really happening, I am not sure. All right, so I will send you again. So I am going to close this down. All right, can you hear me now? All right, I hope that things are much better now. I'm still dealing with some settings in the background. Okay, great. So you can hear. All right. It's a reality of life. There are just some persons who want to do good and some persons who want to do bad. And there are those who are in the middle with the patients that can really forego the emotion to be overcome by bad. At no point should evil overcome good. I strongly believe so. As you grow, you mature, and you understand that these things are real possibilities in life, and you have to treat with them. All right, so I don't know, I clicked on those links and then everything went AY, but it happens now and then. As a vlogger, sometimes we're vlogging and it's all pornographic. We have to close down the live and start it back and all of that. But we do have those problems. There are things in place to treat with it. YouTube would allow us to report it and to block them and all that stuff. But sometimes the annoyance is so much that sometimes the life just doesn't get off the ground. Our persons become disenfranchised because it's taking too long for us to get started. So we're aware of that, and we're trying. So I have to now kill the live that was, and of course, I have to also close it down that you can't access it on YouTube, so that persons are not confused. And then I have to fix this, and I hope when I come over now, it won't just stop working. Once I come over and it's working, then the only regret I would have had is that we started so late and some persons are going to be disenfranchised. But like I said, the videos are online. All right, so let me just get this out of the way. All right, so you can hear me. All is well, all is good. I don't need to go anywhere. We can get this out of the way. All right, so I started earlier and we sort of got derailed. So just let me just go back through where we started, because it's very important for us to know where we're going before we actually start going anywhere, or else we might just end up nowhere. I started out looking at the topics that are to be covered for the HSB exam. There are only 6 topics to be covered, which suggests that you could have taken 6 days to ace the exam, whether you went to classes or not. All right, so I am going to go through the topic for those persons who are here for the first time. But in order for you to have a good grasp of the topic, you're going to need to have a copy of the syllabus. You can't just interpret them based on what is in your textbook. How do we get a copy of the syllabus? Go online, type in CSEC syllabus, HSB syllabus, and download it. Preferably it's the old copy that you want, the one that is in black and white. The new copy is in blue. Now, the first part of the syllabus, which is section A, that covers the living organism and the environment. We are going to be doing everything in that for the exam. Then we are going to move on to section B that has to do with life processes. And we're not going to do everything in life processes. The only thing that we're going to be doing there is the skeletal system, excretion and homeostasis, reproduction or the reproductive system. Those are the 3 topics that we are going to cover from. I don't remember if it is 6 or 7 topics in life processes. But if it is 6 or 7 topics in life processes, we are only doing 3. All right, and that is the skeletal system, excretion, and the reproduction. Let's let me look at the syllabus for those persons who are here for the first time so that I'm offering wise counsel. So we are going to do everything in section A, and then we are going to do 3 topics from section B, and the 3 topics from section B is going to be the skeletal system, excretion, and reproduction. Those are the 3 topics that we are going to be doing from life processes. Then we are going to get on into section C of the syllabus, and we're going to be doing heredity and variation. After section C, we are going to up on into section D of the syllabus that has to do with impact of health practices on the environment, and we are supposed to link it to infectious disease. Now, you will recall that when I taught this lesson, I would have taught section E before D. However, we are going to need to pull some information like the waterborne diseases and the various type of diseases that are associated with the environmental or the health practices. So it is almost fair to say that you are going to do section E and D, but just focus more on section D, which is the last part of the syllabus. Section E, focus more on section E, which is the last part of the syllabus. So now that we know the 6 topics that will be covered for the HSB exam, there's no need for us to panic now. All we need to do is to strategize as to how we are going to get this thing done. Now, last night, we were able to cover 3 of the 6 topics. 3, one night, 3, between 7 and 11 last night, we were able to cover 3 topics. So if we were able to cover 3 topics and you were doing any reading at all, zeroing in on the topics today, 6 topics, you should be able to cover it sometime for the entire day. All right, great. With that said, I was making the recommendation, and I was asking, or I was suggesting that you call in work if you can be allowed to miss the day from work, and of course zero in on these topics. Don't call in if you don't have a copy of the syllabus, because you still won't know what to study. All right, and then you are going to go through with your syllabus and your textbook and make sure that you are prepared for the exam. In doing so, yes, section A, okay, you want me to repeat them, great. So section A of the syllabus, and if you look at the top of the syllabus, the name is there. It said living organism and the environment. So that's section A. Type it in the chat for me. All right, only that I want to be typed in the chat. So section A, Shania Gray. Hey, Otisha. Hey, big up yourself. You know, long we've been asking for you, Otisha. You and Tanisha. Shania Gray is a student. She has been here from September with us. When we were trying the system, she was the person in the back end saying, sir, it's working, or sir, it's not working. Right? So we're really close with some of these students. You're always here. Sir, do it this way. Sir, do it that way. This video has too much noise in it. You need to do it that way. So when I say these students, if you hear me shout them out, Amai, Otisha, Tidisha, Barnett, Macmillan, De Sosa, and the list go on and on. We know them. I don't know them in person, but I know the names on screen. So let us look at the 6 topics again that will be on the exam. So I'm going to ask Macmillan, I'm going to ask everybody to just stop typing. Right? And I'm going to ask a scribe to type now. So I'm going to name a scribe. Macmillan. Macmillan, I want you to be the scribe. So you are going to be writing on the screen everything that everyone will be able to see. So we are going to be doing 6 topics for HSB. write that instruction on the screen. Only 6 topics. All right? So 6 topics we'll be doing. I'm going to use, all right? Macmillan, I'm waiting for the information on the screen. All right, so I want everybody to have it locked because we're going to ace this exam. From what I saw in the biology exam yesterday, CXC did deliver on their promise. The exam, I mean, for those persons who do biology, you are supposed to draw a leaf, and here they put the leaf on the grid, and they ask you to draw back this leaf over here, so 2 times the size. There are many a strategy that you could use to do that. I have never ever seen anything as generous as this. And you know what? This leaf is the drawing that we do for SBA. Most teachers, because students can't draw, so we give them the simplest thing to draw. And when CXC carries something like this, you know that CXC is saying, hey, I am sitting at the other end of the table with you. Let's play domino. So I think that, okay, Macmillan not coming through. So I'm going to ask James and Shania. I'm going to ask 2 persons this time to type. So we are going to be doing 6 topics for HSB. That's the first thing you're going to type. Second thing you're going to type, we're going to be doing the entire section A of the syllabus. The entire section A of the syllabus. What's happening? No movement on the screen. All right, James is typing. Okay, so Jordan, James, we're going to write it out that they understand. We're only doing 6 topics for HSB from the syllabus. Only doing 6 topics. All right, somebody else can choose to write. Somebody who's a little faster. All right, I want at least 2, 3 persons to be typing. No, man, it's always 6 questions on the exam paper. But we are only doing 6 topics. We are preparing to study for today. We are going to be doing everything in section A. Yes, Barry, I'm seeing you. Now, the title of section A in the syllabus is Living Organism and the Environment. Living Organism and the Environment. So that is everything in section A, and that is the title of section A. All right, great. Then we are going to be doing this section B. When we go to section B, we are going to only do 3 topics from section B. No, don't type any food chain and all of those stuff. Just follow the syllabus and do what I tell you. When you start to go outside of it, you start to have problems. So we are going to do the skeletal system from section B. We are going to do excretion and homeostasis from section B. We are going to do reproduction from section B. Those are the only 3 topics we are going to be doing from the 6 or 7 topics that is in the syllabus for life processes. Only 3 CXC said that you should do. CXC is fair if you ask me. And then now we are going to get into section C of the syllabus that deals with heredity and variation. Section C that deals with heredity and variation. Then we are going to up over section D, which is a trick, to section E that is titled Impact of Health Practice on the Environment. We are going to up over into section E, which is the last part of the syllabus that says Impact of Health Practices on the Environment. This is the trick. CXC said that we should link it to infectious disease. So all of those diseases that are associated with the environment are dysentery, malaria, cholera. All of those diseases you will have to know. All right? All of those diseases, those waterborne diseases, those things that are associated with sewage and so on, you will have to know them. All right? Because it said that we should link it to infectious disease. Now, infectious disease are diseases that are caused by pathogen. There are 5 types: fungi, bacteria, virus, protozoa, and worms. So we're looking at E, but it wants you to link E to infectious disease. There are 5 types of infectious diseases in your syllabus. Those that are associated with bacteria, those that are associated with fungi, those that are associated with virus, those that are associated with protozoa, and those that are associated with worm. All right? These are the 5 infectious diseases, and you are supposed to link what is happening in the environment with these 5 types of infectious diseases. And if you read your textbook, I'm sure it is there. Now, the next thing that I did, I said that we were able to cover 3 of these topics last night between 7 and 11. So it should give you some hope as to how much you can cover for the entire day up to tonight. When you study, make sure that you are drinking enough water, make sure you have some amount of food, and avoid persons who are not speaking the same language that you're speaking. Now, the other thing I want to know, I think I saw something typed in the chat that the exam is 1 p.m. or somebody sent that to me, I'm not too sure. What time is the HSB exam tomorrow? I really don't remember these things. What time is the HSB exam tomorrow? Okay, so it's 1 p.m. 12:30, 1 p.m. Okay, so we could go up with the live tomorrow until probably about 11 o'clock. All right, great. So look at that. God is good. God is great. Why am I saying 9 o'clock? What time is the exam tomorrow? The exam for HSB. Look at your timetable. What time you are going to be having the exam. You need to know the timing because this is going to help you with how you prepare for the exam. See somebody else saying Watson. See Watson, somebody saying 9. What is the time for the exam? Now, if you don't know, I will have to go and find my video and play it. We must be on one accord. We have to travel like Jesus. Why persons are saying 9? Oh, not 9. Okay, great. All right, so anywhere around 12:30. What 12:30 means is that you have to be at the exam before 1 o'clock. Even though the exam starts at 1, you want to be there at least half an hour before. So I understand. Those persons who are saying 9, I suggest that you go back to your timetables now, and of course, make sure you know what time is the exam. All right, great. So that out of the way, we can travel the path. So we have these 6 topics. The next thing you need to do is to get yourself, my timetable say 1. All right, I'm with you, Amai. All right, so the next thing that we need to do is to get the timetable. Download the timetable, use the timetable to study and not the textbook. Use the timetable to study and not a past paper. Because your syllabus is so big and CXC is so wonderful and nice and juicy to you that they are saying that you should only do 6 topics. Can you imagine? All right, great. So if we were able to go through 3 topics last night and we were able to outline what we're supposed to know, I suggest, I am thinking that you would know some stuff already because those persons who are on my channel, we would have covered the entire HSB syllabus. It's the first time in my life that I've ever covered the entire syllabus, but we did. So you know where to find what. All right, great. So living organism and the environment. We did that last night, and I was just recapping some of the salient point there. We are supposed to know, we are supposed to be able to classify organism, as it were, for characteristic of living things. And we used Mrs. Gren, and persons gave several others mnemonic that could have been used. Then we are supposed to be able to label the plant, the generalized plant cell and animal cell. And of course, we're supposed to be able to identify some specialized cells that are named in the syllabus, not just any specialized cell, those that are named in the syllabus, not just those that you are seeing in your textbook. The syllabus is the Bible, the syllabus has the gospel, so we have to follow what the syllabus is saying. And then another thing is that we're supposed to be able to distinguish between virus, bacteria, and fungi. For HSB, you must know the difference between virus, bacteria, and fungi. It's a little different for the students who would have done biology. And then having been able to distinguish between these organisms, then we have to move on now looking at osmosis and diffusion, and we should be able to distinguish between those and tell the importance of them. All this is well outlined in the syllabus. And then having done that, we must be able to identify experiments that are associated with diffusion and osmosis. And last night, if you watch a video for last night, I did explain that. Don't want to take up too much time. We need to also know about photosynthesis, and that is outlined. What is it that we should know? The worded equation for HSP. Biology has to know both, but HSP only need to know the worded equation. You also need to know the fate of the product for photosynthesis. What happens to the product after photosynthesis? You need to be able to identify the raw material for photosynthesis, the condition, and of course the product. That is not stated in the syllabus, but of course it is a given that all reactions have these three parts. Having done that, you need to understand how to test a leaf for starch, looking at the fact whether the leaf has chlorophyll, as whether the leaf, the white part, a variegated leaf. The syllabus says a variegated leaf. So you need to know how to test a leaf for starch, and you need to understand how to interpret the test for starch in a variegated leaf. That is what the syllabus says. Not just any old leaf, but variegated leaf for you. All right. And then we would have opted on now into things like the food chain, food web. You need to understand the food chain, food web. That is well outlined in the syllabus. And when it comes to food chain and food web, I didn't say it last night, but of course, food web and food chain is associated with pyramid of energy, pyramid of number, pyramid of biomass. I remember these things are shaped the way they do because as you move up, the energy is pretty much lost. So you have less organism at the top. All right. So once you talk about food chain, food web, you have to look at the pyramid of number, pyramid of biomass, and you have to also be able to outline how energy is lost during the process as energy moves through the food chain. You must be able to relate to the whole concept of producer, consumer, and the various type of consumer. You must be able to relate to the different feeding level. And a feeding level here, okay, so remember that the persons in Trinidad, your time is going to be a little different. From persons in Trinidad and Guyana that have a different time frame, it's going to be a little different. An hour ahead, I think, of us. So if we are starting one day, we'll start at 12, I think. You food chain. So you need to know about the feeding level, and the feeding level means those things that are herbivore, those things that are carnivore, those things that are omnivore. All right, you need to be able to make that distinction there. That was on the bio paper yesterday. That is why I tell that CSEC was pretty generous yesterday, because when I saw that, I was saying that, oh wow, CSEC is indeed working with you guys. Look at that. This is what CSEC asked them yesterday. And this is what some persons come out of the exam and demonizing CSEC after they gave you a pot of gold, pretty much like a rainbow. All right. So those are some of the things that I can remember right off the bat that we discussed last night. Then we opted into the skeletal system. Wow, something is wrong. Give me a second. All right, great. Then we opted into the skeletal system, and we were able to distinguish, we were able to identify, we were able to tell what is the skeletal system and identify the two different parts of the skeletal system. And I did say to you, what is in your textbook is incorrect. The skeletal system can be divided into two parts, which is the axial skeleton and the appendicular skeleton. The appendicular skeleton speaks to the appendages, which are going to be the arm and the leg. So the axial skeleton will take in the skull, the spinal column, and the rib cage. All right, great. And then we continued by looking at the various bones in the body. We were able to name those. And of course, the diagram for your skeletal system that is possible on the exam paper is going to be to label the internal part of a long bone. Or as it is in your book, a long bone, or if it is labeled in your book, make sure you're able to label it like that on the exam. You are supposed to be able to identify the upper arm and the bones that are associated with the upper and lower arm. The lower arm is your leg, so you must be able to identify. It's the same way the bones are. Two here in your hand and just the same two below your knee. And then we have this bone here, a long bone here, and we have the same in the leg. So we're supposed to know those bones and be able to identify and label them. We need to have a good grasp of the antagonistic muscle, which the muscle on the top here is a bicep muscle. We need to understand how it works to flex the arm. So when you flex the arm, that's when you bend the arm, and then you have extension of the arm. We need to understand how these two muscles work in order to flex and extend the arm. We also need to have a clear understanding of the point of origin, which is pretty much this bone here. Origin speaks to where you are from. It never really changed. So it is already there, it just doesn't move. So the origin pretty much speaks to the tendon being attached to the bone that does move or move the least. The point of insertion speaks to insertion. All right. So it means that area that is moving the most. So down here would be the area that is moving the most. You must be able to cite example of a point of insertion and of course a point of origin. And you could just really go to that video last night. I don't want to hop into anything much more. And then I spoke about the excretory system, that though it is not on the syllabus, you should know the urinary system, which takes in the kidney, the two kidney, and of course, the renal artery, the renal vein, and the ureter. And I was telling you how to identify these. I said to you that the artery and the vein, you will not see them blue and red on the exam. You're going to see an arrow coming from the top going down. That arrow indicates that that's the renal artery. And the arrow that is going up indicates that that's a renal vein. You must be able to identify the sides that they are on, whether it be the right kidney or the left kidney. And when you're looking at the paper, you're pretty much looking at a patient lying on the bed. So if a patient is lying on the bed, then the patient left is going to be your right. So when you look at the paper, whatever you're seeing on the right is actually left of the diagram. All right, so you need to be able to identify that. Then we were talking about the kidney. You're supposed to understand the kidney and the various parts of the kidney, the cortex, the medulla, the pelvis, the ureter, that type of a thing. And you must be able to identify the portion of the kidney that the nephron, the parts of the nephron would have been a part of. Looking at the Bowman's capsule, looking at the proximal convoluted tubule, looking at the loop of Henle, looking at the distal collecting duct that are. You need to understand where in the kidney you are going to be finding these, right? You must be able to identify the kidney, right? And probably you need to say what's the kidney, it's a bean-shaped organ, blah, blah, blah. And pretty much that's where ultrafiltration takes place. You need to understand the concept of ultrafiltration, right? As it were with the gamma rulers and all of that. Then the other diagrams, I gave you two diagrams so far. I gave you the urinary system, the kidney. You need to be able to label the nephron and see what happens where on the nephron. After that, those are the three diagrams, that is associated with excretion and the kidney. Then you need to know the negative feedback mechanism. You either can use a diagram to draw them, that is a really cyclic thing, or you could just write about them. Then another important diagram that you need to know for excretion, it is the skin. You must be able to identify the skin. We would have done that night before last night at length for those persons who were at that marathon. You're supposed to talk about the chronic diseases that are associated with excretion. You are going to see them somewhere in excretion, but that speaks to diabetes and hypertension, which is on every biology exam and they are on every HSB exam. And I told the students while we had the marathon, it was on the exam yesterday. I don't know whether they did well or they didn't, but I told them that it is going to be on the exam because it is always on the exam. So you need to know about hypertension and diabetes, everything around it, what it is, what causes it, how can it be cured, how can it be treated, that type of a thing, who has it, that type of thing. You need to have a good grasp of diabetes and hypertension. You need to know that, all right? And if there's a blood vessel that is associated with anyone, well, not blood vessel, because blood vessel is not on the thing. Circulation is not on the thing. So now this morning, we are supposed to look at the reproductive system, all said there. And let me tell you something. this is where the things start to get a little tricky. Because we might think that the reproductive system is a little thing, but the reproductive system can be so tricky. But I'm going to look at some of the possibilities of diagrams that you might be asked to label. You might be asked to label, and some of the possibility. I'm going to look at the diagram before I start teaching. All right, some of the possibilities that we have seen on the exam so far would have been to label the male reproductive system from whatever view. Whether it be front view or side view, you must be able to identify the various parts. The loop of Henle, the bladder. Well, I'm going with loop of Henle. I'm very sorry. The vas deferens, the Cooper's gland, the prostate gland, the sperm duct, all of those stuff that is associated with it. We have also seen the female reproductive system on the paper, and it is also to be labeled with a front view or side view. Now, the thing about the reproduction, with reproduction, is that there's so many stuff there to be labeled that makes me afraid. So all those diagrams, anyone in your textbook could appear on the exam paper. I'm sorry. Then you have the sperm that is associated with fertilization. You might see the sperm to label the parts of the sperm. So the sperm that you had when you just looked at cells, you have to look now at the sperms that is in detail, that has the acrosome, the nucleus, and the flagellum. All of that you must be able to deal with. So the sperm, as it were, for fertilization and for implantation, you need to know that diagram that shows us the fallopian tube with the ovary and half of the reproductive system for female. You need to know that. Then I'm going to go back to the syllabus, so just give me a minute. Then that thing with the baby in the placenta, you need to know that as well. All right, great. So just let us just hop right into this. And oh, how can I forget the menstrual cycle? All right. So I might be standing to teach because I'm not wearing my glasses, and if I stand, I tend to see better. All right. So I do apologize for that. All right. So let me just interest you with a 2019 past paper. So I'm going to be asking you some questions before we start reproduction, just to stimulate the brain, and then we get ready. All right. So here we go. Get ready for the question. So I'm looking at the 2019 HSB past paper. I think it is the May-June past paper. All right, yes, it's the MJ, May-June past paper. And the question reads, please listen carefully. I will not repeat. Let me answer this one first. Whether abortion should be legal or not is a controversial topic. Abortions are legal in some countries, but illegal in other countries. Define the term abortion. Define the term abortion in the chat for me. Define the term abortion. The past paper questions that we are going to be working on, they are going to be solely on these 6 topics. I'm not going to look at anything else. Like I continue to say, that is why I have not been using the past papers to prepare you. I have been zeroing in on the 6 topics so that you have a good grasp as to what you should do. So abortion is a termination. Come on, lit up the screen, guys. Everybody know abortion. Come on, don't do me that. Don't act as if you are in a saint or you're not reading. When a pregnancy is ended so that it doesn't. Listen to me. Just answer the question that is asked, guys. Don't waste the exam time. And the Williams would have made it spicy and nice. Just answer the question. As to what it does, you don't need to explain that. Just say what it is. All right? So abortion is a termination of pregnancy by the removal of the embryo or fetus. Abortion is a termination of pregnancy. Yes, abortion is a termination of pregnancy. And with abortion is either you're going to be removing the embryo or you're going to be removing the fetus from the womb. If you did not have that on your past paper, and a lot of you have past paper, you need to get that written on. All right, great. So most person would have gotten the 2 marks for that. No, please do not write that answer about to get rid of the fetus medically. Don't do that. Just use the right thing. Abortion is a termination of pregnancy or to end pregnancy. All right? Please, termination mean end. All right? That's what we're looking for. Abortion is a termination of termination. Johnson, you're missing something there. All right, so let us go. The other thing we're supposed to be looking at, we're supposed to state a term used for natural occurring abortion. So when abortion occurs naturally, what is it called? And these are past paper questions you imagine. Sorry. When I am done. All right, so I'm seeing miscarriage, and I'm also seeing spontaneous abortion. Both are correct. So you have spontaneous abortion or miscarriage. These are the terms that are used for naturally occurring abortion, meaning that the body would have aborted the baby for one reason or the other. It could mean that the womb is too shallow. It could mean that there's some disease or something, so the body get rid of the baby. At some point of the pregnancy, the body will get rid of the baby. All right. In some cases, you can put in a cerclage and try to override the system and have a baby. But in most cases, when you're doing that, this is something that is going to follow in the gene pool. Whatever that glitch is, it will be following with all your girls, or most of your girls, in the gene pool. It means that something is wrong, and nature wants to rid that out of the gene pool. So nature will not allow you to have that baby. But sometimes we override. Now, if you're having that type of thing, it will always be in your gene pool. Once you override nature to have that baby, it will continue to be a glitch in our population. But nature really, really have a way of dealing with it. And what nature does is to allow spontaneous abortion or miscarriage. You never slide or anything. It's just that the body knows that something is wrong here. We should not allow you to reproduce. Then there's the other thing I want us to look at. You are going to explain why abortion is not a method of contraceptive. And these are some salient, these are some strong questions that can repeat. All right, explain why abortion is not a method of contraceptive. Why abortion is not a method of contraceptive. All right, I'm not too sure. The screen is not lit. You might be typing. As you type, you are watching CSEC Biology TCP. I am Mr. Wilson from the TCP Academy. That is our paid version of online school. Of course, we are offering biology and HSB with new subjects to be added come September. And for persons who are differing on the subject and would love to have some help for January, the prices over there, they are going to be really, really attractive. You want to be a part of that. Please be reminded to like, share, and of course, subscribe. To like, all you do, you click the thumbs up. To share, you just forward it to somebody or copy the link and paste it in your WhatsApp status. And that will help us to expand and create more videos. We do animation. We are doing videos for IT, HSB, agriculture, biology, and lower school science. We've been doing all that. I soon look at the screen. All right. Another thing, if you like what we do here, we suggest that you subscribe. And when you subscribe, you click that notification bell. Why is it important to click the notification bell? If you were here all morning, you would have seen how much problem we would have had just to get this live started. Now, if we had terminate that live and send out a new link and not post it in the chat, you probably would have problem to find back this live. So if you have clicked the notification bell and select all, it would just come right back to you immediately. So contraceptive prevents a pregnancy, while abortion terminates a pregnancy. The answer is as simple as that. So abortion, it terminates the pregnancy. Contraceptive prevents the pregnancy. You're doing well so far. Thank you very much. I think I like your answers. All right, so let us look now at something a little more. This one is a little tricky. What is medical abortion? Now, this is not on the paper, but I need to have a clear understanding of what it is. What is medical abortion? What is your understanding of medical abortion? Yeah, most person would have got that right a while ago. What's medical abortion? All right, great. Some persons are still posting because the feed is reaching them late or they join the chat late, but not a problem. All right, so what is medical abortion? And for those persons who are wondering why we are not using StreamYard, because we use up everything on our account for preparing the biology students. They have written to us to say that we have to pay to continue or wait until the other period. We really don't generate revenue from doing this thing. So understand we really can't pay for it. All right. Medical abortion is taking hormones to terminate the pregnancy, but only drugs, but only during the early stage of pregnancy. I'm not sure it is a termination. Okay, we can go with Simpson. Simpson is doing well. Medical abortion is no, medical abortion is not surgical abortion. And that is exactly where I am going with this question. Because once we see medical abortion, what comes to mind is that this has to do with doctor and this has to do with surgery. It is not the case. So medical abortion is a termination of pregnancy using medication or using hormone. It has nothing to do with any surgery or anything like that. So medical abortion is a procedure that uses medication to end pregnancy. It does not require surgery. You hear that? So when you hear medical abortion next time, don't bother think, oh, the doctor is have to go, the doctor will have to. No. All right? Medical abortion is different. So that brings me to this question now that we're clear as to what is medical abortion. Now, the next question is going to be, what is surgical abortion? We have to know these things before we can pretty much master the question that we're going to be looking at. All right, so we spoke about medical abortion, where you get some tablet and whatever happens. And then we talk about surgical abortion. What is surgical abortion? And we have not started looking at reproduction, but don't worry. I think I needed to get you here before I get started. And while I do that, I'm going to be upping through past papers I have here. And if I have questions to ask, I'm going to ask them interspersed so that we don't have a long, boring session. And then you fall asleep and then you say, Mr. Wilson is the worst teacher I've ever seen. Yes, students say that sometimes. Students say the darnest of things. All right, so there are 7 processes in life process, and after 7, CXE asks us to do 3. Are they reasonable or what? All right, so for this, I did not prep for the class, prep for the class, so everything is in my head. So if I have to pause and look in the book, don't kill me. It's whole heap of things I have in this coconut. I have problem in there too. I don't have a brain like yours that don't have any problem. All right, so we look at medical abortion and we want to now look at surgical abortion. Surgical abortion is a removal of a pregnancy through the vagina. All right, through the so end of pregnancy by removing the fetus and placenta from the uterus. I'm not too sure what Malcolm is answering. We're not seeing anything on surgical abortion. Anything on surgical abortion? Come, guys, you have to start to tap in very fast, you know. If you don't tap in very fast, persons are going to fall asleep, and we really don't want that, all right? We really don't want that. So I was telling you about the lab last night. This is a lab for, this is a HSB paper, and this is a potato. So when you see something like this is the osmosis lab. And I'm definitely going to treat it to some of these past paper questions tonight. So you want to ensure that when you come tonight, you're all armed with something, and then we are going to go into tomorrow morning just the same. Yeah, I scroll up, but only one person. We have many persons in the class. So we want to hear from everybody. We don't want some person to just come and itch a free ride. Okay, surgical removal of a fetus. But if you are going to say removal of a fetus, okay. Okay, it was up here. Surgical abortion is the termination of pregnancy by surgery. And many persons here have been really graphic. I didn't see it. I don't know it missed me. Sorry, guys. Surgical abortion involves the removal of pregnancy by or so it causes trauma. Yeah, so that is right. So now you understand that. So that set the tone for the question that we're going to ask you now. And remember, these are all CXC questions. So here we go. And listen to me, I don't want anybody here to be casting judgment and tell anybody what God did say or what God never said. Right? I think it's alkaline or one of them. So love me, make me live my life. I think I must say alkaline or something like that. Our thing is to make sure that everybody is safe. So let's look at this. State one advantage of having a medical abortion and give one instance when a medical abortion may be considered necessary. State one advantage of having medical abortion and give one instance where medical abortion may be considered necessary. You see, now this is wickedness on CXC part. Because when you listen to this question, you clearly can see that medical abortion is in relation to something. Now, if you didn't know about surgical abortion, answering this question, you would have answered this question as just abortion. And that is why we had the precursor of defining medical abortion, defining surgical abortion, and now we want to have an understanding of advantage and an advantage of medical abortion and give one instance where a medical abortion may be considered necessary. It could I don't know. If you're answering one part, then you need to tell us about the other part. It could be considered if the fetus has a genetic abnormality. Okay, so if your doctor does fancy tests that you have to do, not the regular tests that you do at regular clinic. If you do one of those fancy tests and you realize that then you might opt for abortion. Or if it pretty much will endanger your life, like ectopic pregnancy, you probably want to do that. It could damage it. No, that is like disadvantage. And that is not the one where really damage the womb as far as I know. I'm looking for something. Advantage is to avoid the trauma. Yeah, that is one of the big advantages. The trauma carried out. What am I? I want to say that again because I'm going to shout at you. Advantage is to avoid the trauma. When I saw that, I love that. Of carrying a child conceived during incest or rape. Papa Jesus, I don't know about that. Fia Ellington probably would have said something different. I was thinking about the trauma of that suction or that scrape. Yeah. So there are many reasons, and I am sort of afraid to touch this because it's mostly women we have in the room, and I might say things that persons are offended, so I don't want to do that. So one of the things is that an advantage of having it is that the bleeding and cramping. Did I say advantage? I'm sorry, it should have been disadvantage. It should have been disadvantage. So a disadvantage of carrying it out. So now you tell me some advantage, why people do it. I understand. So now I want you to tell me disadvantage. Tell me about disadvantage. A disadvantage of carrying out medical abortion. Tell me about that. And then when we are finished with this one now, looking at the disadvantage, one disadvantage of having medical abortion and give one instance when medical abortion may be considered necessary. So yes, that is like advantage and disadvantage. So we have gotten one side. So what is the disadvantage? What's the disadvantage? It might cause you to become infertile. Medical abortion causes bleeding and cramps, yes. It might cause some damage to the womb, could lead to bad medical health, yes. Person could have allergic reaction, yes, all of those stuff. Bottom line, everything I've just asked you are things that you need to know that are a part of reproduction. All right. So one might ask why. I'm coming from the exam paper. All right. 2019 exam paper. That was the last time we saw exam. When we didn't have to wear a mask. When persons used to look good. You remember when persons used to look good, we never used to wear masks. But there was something, some mutation or something. Everybody get ugly now. So we have to be wearing masks to, of course, safeguard Mr. Wilson. All right. So the first thing we're going to do in reproduction is to distinguish between sexual and asexual reproduction. What is the difference between sexual and asexual reproduction? But I don't want you to go there as yet. It looked like my screen is buffering. Oh, it's James have this tricky thing. I don't want you to go there yet. Disadvantage. Well, first thing I want you to do is tell me what is sexual reproduction. Tell me what is sexual reproduction. That's the first thing I want you to do. And then the second thing I want you to do is to tell me what is asexual reproduction. All right, thanks. That is the simplest we have ever seen it, Williams. There's no depth to that though. So if you go to the exam and they tell you they don't want that, they want another one, you see how you'd suffer. You want some depth in that answer, man. All right. So sexual reproduction requires two gametes. I really don't understand that either, Austin. So I just need two sperms and I'll be fine. So guess what? I'm going to marry to a man because we both have gametes, sex. We both have sperm, so we have two gametes. So that is sexual reproduction. So you see where we're going with that? It leaves for ambiguity. All right. Asexual reproduction is carried out by mitosis, or it's facilitated by mitosis, where offspring is identical to parent. All right, so I realize that person's going all over the place, which means that wherever you got this information about this thing, you don't understand. Asexual reproduction is the production of offspring by the use of one individual. It involves cell division by mitosis. Now, while sexual reproduction is a process by which an individual is produced by the, I don't know, you never get a copy enough from over there. So. But I still don't have anything that I can run with. Disadvantage, no, we're not going there so yet. We passed that already. Sexual reproduction is a fusion of two gametes of different parent. You see these things? When I read them, I know what you know from what you don't know, you know. Because when you write these things so back to front, it tells me that you don't know. You see this definition somewhere, but you don't understand. All right, sexual reproduction requires male and female pair to produce different types of All right, stop. Don't write anymore. Don't write anymore. Don't write anymore. I'm going to make it very simple for you. Sexual reproduction is pretty much just a fusion of a male and female gametes. As simple as that. Sexual reproduction, it is the fusion of the male and female gamete. All right, it's the fusion of the sperms and the eggs. All right, so they come together and become one. Sexual reproduction involves the fusion, all of them side order, all of them something about parents and whatever. Sexual reproduction is the fusion of the male and female gamete. Why am I avoiding parents? Because in essence, you really don't need to have a man and a woman coming together for sexual reproduction to take place. No. I could have a baby and she has never ever had sex. Because there's what we call in vitro fertilization and all these fancy stuff. So all that sexual fertilization, sexual reproduction is the sperm and the eggs coming together as one. So the fusion of the male and female gamete. So let us not even think that sexual reproduction has anything to do with sex. I keep saying that the penis is not as important as a lot of persons think, because the penis has never gotten anybody pregnant. No, 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 no. The penis never getting, don't tell any lie on the penis. It is actually the sperms that did that damage, not the penis. All right, great. I'm going slow because I realize that we have some misconception. Asexual reproduction, it is the production of an offspring using part of a parent. So with asexual reproduction, it is the production of an offspring using a part of the parent. All right? So that is the difference. So let me make that very simple. I don't even have anything to tear up this morning. So suppose I wanted to make a new Mr. Wilson through asexual reproduction. All I need to do is to just break off one of my finger, and then I have a new Mr. Wilson sometime after. I draw out a strand of the year, and there come a new Mr. Wilson. I just take off any part of my body, probably, and get a new Mr. Wilson. As you plant, everybody break up, people plant and plant it at them fence. You like that plant when you go to the wedding and you tear off the people and plant it. That is asexual reproduction. Or you cut off a piece of leaf that grow like the leaf of life and grow. That is asexual reproduction. All right? So asexual reproduction, it pretty much only involves one parent. All right, great. So now we have it as to what is sexual reproduction. Now we know what is asexual reproduction. So now we have to distinguish between them. Now to distinguish, it's not about giving two definitions. It is about comparing or comparison. So you'd say something like this. Sexual reproduction is the fusion of the male and female gamete, while asexual reproduction is the production of an offspring using a part of the parent. All right, so when we say using a part of the parent, enough part, any part. We have different things to deal with that. All right, great. So the fusion of a male and female gamete, that is what sexual reproduction is. So I'm back into the syllabus and we are in the class now. We are going ahead. Now that we have done that, we are now at 7.2, describe the structure and function of the reproductive system in human being. Include the structure of the gametes, diagram of system required, relate disorder such as ovarian, cervical, and prostate cancer. Mighty Jesus. This is a lot to be said. That's a lot to be said. All right. So it did not ask us to look at advantages of sexual and asexual reproduction, but we did that a couple nights ago. I'm just going to mention that very quickly. With sexual reproduction, it maintains variation. It causes variation. Your sister doesn't look like you. Your brother really doesn't look like you. Some of you allergic to this, some are allergic to that. So it creates variation. With asexual reproduction, there is no variation. And we looked at this, I think, Sunday night. A disadvantage to sexual reproduction is that it's a very inefficient process where you have to spend time and energy trying to find a mate. A disadvantage of asexual reproduction is that there's no variation. Just should a particular disease come or affect that population, the entire population could be all wiped out. So we are supposed to look now at the reproductive system, and we are supposed to be looking at loss of energy. We are supposed to be looking at, it says here, include the gametes. So you cannot afford to go to the exam without being able to identify the gamete. So the gametes here, the first gamete, we're looking at the male reproductive system and it wanted to look at the gamete. So you must be able to label the sperms. So tell me in the chat there, what are the different parts of the sperms? Very quickly, what are the different parts of the sperms in the chat? So I'm going to be asking a lot of questions now. Different parts of the sperms in the chat. You're going to type them all at once and then you send them. While you type them all at once, you're watching CSEC Biology TCP, Mr. Wilson live. I am, of course, Mr. Wilson. And of course, we are coming to you from TCP Academy. That is our paid version of online school. So the parts of the sperm, we are going to have that which is called the acrosome. Then we are going to have the nucleus. We are going to have the mitochondria. And then we are going to have that tail or the flagellum that causes it to swim. Now, what I want you to do now, very good, you are doing well. What I want you to do now, I want you to tell me the function of each part of the sperm. Tell me the function. What is the function of the acrosome? What is the function of the nucleus? What is the function of the mitochondria? And what is the function of the flagellum? Tell me that in the chat there. Now, most persons, for those persons who feel a little left out, you are supposed to be using your textbook to assist you to navigate this dangerous water. And as you navigate the water, you want to make sure that you have your syllabus, that you know exactly what you're supposed to cover. All right? So the tail, which is also known as the flagellum, is of course responsible for getting that sperm to move to wherever it is supposed to go, up into the fallopian tube. All right, so flagellum, yes, allows the sperm to swim towards the egg. All right, everybody know the flagellum. All right, mitochondria provides the sperm with energy. So you need the sperm will need some energy to get where it is going, like a car will need some gas to go somewhere. So the mitochondria will provide some energy for the sperm to get going. The acrosome releases enzymes that break down the walls of the egg so sperm can pass through and, of course, prevent other sperms from entering. Once one sperm gets in, it just say, hey, nobody else can come in and this is my territory. I'm just going to be here. So all of you just back up, go and go dead a bush or something like that. Then the nucleus would contain genetic information that will direct what happens with the sperm, what it does, and what the offspring will be like, and that sort of a thing. All that in just a little drop. All right, great. So I'm seeing the sperm, I'm seeing the nucleus, I'm seeing the mitochondria, and I'm seeing the flagellum. Now make sure that you can identify the sperms and label all four parts of the sperm. Now the other thing we want to look at now, we want to look at the reproductive system of the male. Now I want you to name the parts of the reproductive system of the male. And usually every time I ask students to name the part of the reproductive system, we got this chart from somewhere and the anus is labeled on the reproductive system. And every time you put up that chart and ask students to name the parts of the reproductive system, they add the anus to it. I don't know what was the intent on that chart, but the anus is not a part of the reproductive system. The anus is not a part of the reproductive system. So I want you to now to tell me the parts of the male reproductive system. And after we would have looked at the parts of the male reproductive, you are supposed to give me everything one time. So just put them in one post and send them. We use less space. Put it in one post and send it to me. What are the parts of the male reproductive system? All right. So we have the scrotum. That's the same thing we call the seedy bag. You will never walk alone. I remember, you see, I'm a quick learner. YNWA. You will never walk alone. So scrotum we call the seedy bag, and then the seed is what we call the testes. They call it seedy. The seed, that's what we call the testes. And then the vast difference is the same thing that we refer to as the sperm duct. And then we have the seminal vesicle, we have the prostate gland, and we have the urethra. Interestingly here, I am not seeing things like the epididymis. I am not seeing things like the penis itself. Though I said it was not so important, it is indeed important. So we don't really want to leave the penis out. Poor little penis. I'm sorry for little penis sometime. I heard a Rastaman on a bus saying that poor little penis is suffering because anywhere that penis want to go, that penis should go. Penis has to be wearing a raincoat. Penis is just afraid of everyone. Penis has to be in some protective thing to just travel outside of the pants. When I heard the Rastaman saying that about the penis, I said, "Oh dear penis, I am sorry for you. You can't leave your trousers unless you are wearing some defense mechanism." Oh my! I tell you, things are really dangerous out there. So we continue to look at the male reproductive system, and we are looking at the vast difference: the testes, the scrotum, the seminal vesicle, the urethra, the gallbladder. The gallbladder is in the liver. And the same thing where I kill chicken, we call bitter gall. It is the urinary bladder. It is the urinary bladder. All right? So we don't want to say that gallbladder thing. All right? So please strike that out. It's the urinary bladder. The gallbladder is associated with digestion. It produces bile to emulsify fat. So please don't use that gallbladder thing. It is a urinary bladder. I've seen persons typing some stuff on YouTube hiding it. I'm not too sure why they're hiding it. So I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them. YouTube think that you are being rude. So vast different: prostate gland, urethra. Remember, you have the ureter that is coming from the kidney down to the bladder, and then you have the urethra that is going through the penis. All right. So if my memory serves me well, the ureter is not a part of the male reproductive system. We are going to have things like the seminal vesicle, the prostate gland, the Cooper's gland. These are the three important glands. Then we are going to have things like the scrotum. We are going to have the vas deferens. We are going to have the epididymis. We need to know all these parts, the epididymis. And then we are going to have that penis thing. All right. The bladder is featured it is featured in the reproductive system, but it is just featured based on its position. All right. It is not so much a part of the system. It is featured based on its position. Now you should be able to identify these from side view or front view, and of course you'll be asked to label some, not all. The next thing that we need to know, we need to be able to say what the function for each of these parts are. So I'm going to ask you now to just assist me with the function. Sir, don't forget the hormone that the sex cell secrete. Testes secrete testosterone and ovary. But we're going to do that, I think, when we get a little deeper, when we look at the function. All right? So now we're going to look at the function of each of these very dear parts. All right? So the urethra is a part of the male reproductive system. The ureter is a part of the excretory system. Even though it is featured on this diagram, you tell me what role the urethra play in getting a woman pregnant or moving sperms or producing hormone. It plays no role, not in reproduction. It is featured on the diagram because of its position and the association with changing over, like changing a train line type of stuff. All right? Please do not go to the woman. Do not do that. I don't teach like that. All right? We are going to exhaust the male and then we move over to the woman. Do not go over to the woman's side. We are dealing with the male first. All right, so now we want the function of all these parts of male reproductive system. All right, so if you did not see your thing show on screen, YouTube would have hide it, but don't worry yourself. For the greater part, you have some of the right answers. All right, I'll just try to show them as much as I can. All right, great. So now we want the function. Now, what I want you to understand that there are two words that might confuse you here: ureter and urethra. If you look at the ureter, it has less letters than the urethra. So the ureter comes first. That's the one coming from the bladder. We have no interest in that. However, as Johnson would have said, is it Johnson? The urethra, it brings out the sperm. So the urethra would be expelling sperms through the penis, and it is the same urethra that is carrying urine. All right. Now the testes make sperms. Or is it the testes or sperms is made in the testes? Is it the testes that makes the sperm, or is it that the sperm is made in the testes? Tell me. I am sort of dumb when it comes to this. Oh, we're going too fast here. All right. So sperms is made in the testes. All right. Let us go along and see what happens if it is in the testes or it makes a sperm. We just want to get that right. All right. Epididymis. It's pretty much a temporary sperm storage site. So it's like it is a warehouse for storing sperms. We looked at the urethra already. The testes make sperms. Okay. Scrotum. Scrotum protects the testes. So the scrotum is like that protective thing, and it hangs outside of the body in order to keep the sperms at a relatively wonderful temperature. The scrotum protect the testes. Yes, the scrotum protect the testes. And then we have the glands. The glands secrete seminal fluid, not feminal, seminal fluid that creates that contain nutrient that contains nutrients and enzyme, which pretty much help to activate the enzyme and of course create that alkaline environment. Because remember, the vagina is acidic. So when poor penis and sperm go into the vagina, they are going in an acidic environment. Now these glands would have actually created this alkaline thing so that when the sperm is discharged, it helps to sort of neutralize that acidity so that the sperm can pass through and the sperm will be fine. All right, so we're seeing that. We're also seeing that the testes make the sperm and also it secrete hormone. That is true. All right, so that is the longer tube. Let's let me go up. I'm going a little slow, see if I can get in everybody's stuff. The urethra transports sperms and urine pretty much outside, expelled through the penis. And then we have here now made in the testes and stored in the epididymis. All right, sperms, yes, we have that already. We have a lot on that. So now we need to move on. Sperm is made in the testes, then the epididymis pushes the sperm up the vas deferens, but it is temporarily stored there in the epididymis. So we know where it is made, we know where it is stored, we know where the warehouse is, therefore leading the sperm to the ejaculatory gland, and then the prostate gland mixes the sperm with nutrients. So all those glands are very, very important to provide nutrient and pretty much the enzymes. All right, good. So we have going really, really fast. All you need to do is just to scroll up, click the scroll at the side so that you can just carry it up and then you'll get it to go at your speed. The seminal fluid. So pretty much we have a clear understanding of the purpose of the various parts. So they are all listed in your textbook in a table. You want to make sure that you know you're going to get 2 or 3 of them to identify and tell about, not much more than that. And then there is this diagram that speaks to a section through the seminiferous tubule, right? And you need to look at that and see what it is for. Remember that you are doing the reading. I'm just really jumping through. I am a facilitator, not so much your lecturer or your teacher. I crave your learning rather than telling you what you should know. So I'm the teacher who asks questions. All right. Then we have the pretty much we need to understand the passage of sperms. I think somebody wrote that as to where it passed through and all of that. You need to understand the flow of sperm from the epididymis through the vas deferens and going up through where the glands are adding stuff, and then it comes through the urethra and then expelled in what we refer to as ejaculation. Now, if we know all that in our reading, we're going to be fine. And then we move on to the female reproductive system, which is usually very often on the exam paper. And you understand that's a regional exam, because a regional exam, the regional issues they are going to have on the paper. So a lot of women continue to suffer from, and the syllabus rightly said it, cervical cancer, all right, which is somewhat associated with HPV, ovarian cancer, and of course we have the prostate. We have the, let me just make this a little bigger. We have prostate cancer as well. So I think that prostate cancer is pretty much associated with men, while ovarian cancer is pretty much associated with women. But women tend to be really, really having a real pinch when it comes to ovarian cancer, primarily because probably men, because men tend to be that vector that is carrying the HPV, human papilloma virus. And you met a nice little man like Mr. Wilson, you look all nice and dandy and so on, and you didn't allow poor penis to walk in his raincoat, and then the next thing you know, you can't see HPV with your eyes, you contract HPV, it is going to affect you, but it might not affect the man, and as such, thereafter, you end up having a cancer, and this man is long gone. And you can't say that is Mr. Wilson, because you never see me with it. It could be somebody else that you were with, or you got it somewhere, so you're just on your own. All right, so we have to look at that. So primarily might be the reason why we're seeing more of the female reproductive system on the paper. Now remember that all I'm doing is to guide you to success. So tell me the parts now of a female reproductive system. Tell me the parts of a female reproductive system. All the parts are associated with it. Tell me in the chat. All the parts are associated with the female reproductive system. And you should be able, try and send it in one shot, please. You should be able to identify the female reproductive organ from side view or front view. And depending on the view, the number of parts to be labeled will be significantly reduced. In most cases, we are seeing it from front view. And if they do give it to you from side view, I think they are going to be giving you the front view parts that can be labeled, the common part that you would know. So we have the ovary, we have the ovary, we have the fallopian tube that is still called the oviduct. We have the uterus, which is also called the womb. We have the cervix and the vagina. The vagina is just below the cervix. Ovary, fallopian tube, uterus, vagina, cervix. Yes, I'm seeing that. And I'm also seeing the other. I'm making them available that so everyone will be able to see it. All right, great. So these are the popular parts of the female reproductive tract. You must be able to identify the parts. And it's very important that you start identifying these parts as you move along. If in the ovary, ovum is made, yes, then it travels through the fallopian tube, and I don't know the rest. All right, that's why you are here. If you knew it all, you wouldn't have been here. We're happy you're here anyhow. All right, great. So we looked at the many parts there. The ovary on this side over here, the ovary here. So the ovary is pretty much making the ovum, the egg. And then we have what is called the fallopian tube, and it's coming over here. Down here, you're going to find the uterus pretty much. All right. So the uterus is usually the part that we label there, balloon-shaped thing. And then right at the end of the uterus, we're going to have the cervix. And then just below the cervix, we're going to be having the vagina. Now remember, the vagina is a space on the inside. So when a woman takes off her clothes to shower, there's no way you can see the vagina. What you're seeing is the labia. All right? So when a woman takes off her clothes to shower, you are seeing the labia and not the vagina, because the vagina is on the inside. So might I just show you a trivia now very quickly and just excite up the class and then move again. And I am going to bet you. Can I put a bet on? Yes, I have a bet on. A woman, the girls are going to get this question wrong. What is it that a man passes his urine through? What is the name of that organ? All right, so we soon come back now to the uses of the part or the function of the part of the female reproductive tract. Well, the urethra is the tube, but what is the name of the organ? The urethra is the tube through which it passes. What is the name of the organ through which a man expels his urine? Don't bother get too technical for me now. All of them fancy dance, they were all right. What the organ name? That is just the tube that go through the organ. What is the name of the organ? Our people have urea. It is called the penis. That was so difficult. Eh? If you think that was difficult, try this one. What is it that a woman passes her urine through? Yes, it is the penis. But what is the name of that part that the woman passes her urine through? That is the one that you would have gone incorrect. I didn't know so many persons didn't know that it's the penis that they pass urine through. So tell me, what is it that the woman passes her urine through? Master Jesus, visit me. Oh Lord, the woman passes her urine through her vagina. Wrong. Wrong. I forget the name. Yo. Vestibule. Vestibule. I've never heard that. Let me just look at it. Let me look at what's the vestibule. I am not seeing that here. That is what it is called. My knowledge, though, is that it is called the urethral orifice. The urethral orifice. So a woman passes her urine through what is called the urethral orifice. All right? So the woman doesn't have a penis, and the woman does not pass her urine through her vagina. So one might say the urethral opening or the urethral orifice. It is not a penis, and it is not through the vagina. All right, great. I've heard a lot of that from girls in the class, that the urine comes from the vagina. It does not come from the vagina. It does not come from the vulva. It comes from what is called a urethral opening or the urethral orifice. If you have the urethral opening, that's fine. Or if you have a urethral orifice, that is also fine. All right, great. So now we move on to the function of the various parts. What's the function of the ovary? What's the function of the fallopian tube? What's the function of the uterus? What's the function of the cervix? What is the function of the vagina? So let's start moving. We did the skeletal system last night. So the fallopian tube transport over from the ovary to the uterus. Good going. Ovary produce ovum, or ova, eggs. Ovary make eggs and hormone. Don't forget the hormones. Yes, continue. Ovary produce eggs. All right, we see the fallopian tube and the vagina for sexual intercourse. So the vagina will be facilitating the male reproductive organ in the space of copulation. I think YouTube prefer the word copulation than sex. So if you are writing, write copulation. All right. Vagina receive this. So it's pretty much, it would receive the organ there for it receives the shaft from the male, which is called the penis, during copulation. All right, so let's continue. All right, the uterus is where fertilization is where fertilized eggs develop. All right, so that is where the baby will stay and grow in the uterus. The uterus is where, let's let me carry it up and slow it down. All right, the cervix keeps the neck closed during pregnancy. So the cervix is that area right at the end of the womb. When you're, well, pretty much it keeps that area closed. Pretty much that's its function. The uterus is where fertilized eggs develop. The uterus is where the fetus goes and develop during pregnancy. The uterus is where fertilized eggs are implanted and develop. Very good. So we would have touched a whole lot of stuff. And then I think I see somebody, did I see Graphy and follicle a while ago? Gametes are sex cell, male. Okay, so that person probably is late. Yeah, the gametes are the sex cell, or you could say gametes, or you could say gonads, or you could say sperm and egg, or you could say sex cell. All of those are words that are associated with the sperms and the egg. All right, great. So we would have done that. When you get to the exam, you need to have a good understanding of that. So let me just go back to my syllabus, being that we are on the same path to see if we have done what we should do. Now, it says here that we are supposed to know about the diseases that are associated with that. We're going to get to the disease in short order, but let us just up on a little bit, and then as soon as we get around there, we are going to treat with the diseases that are associated with the reproductive organ. So it said that we are supposed to link to specific objective A4 in D7. Specific objective A4, D7. Okay, that is when we go around disease. All right, so when we go around disease, we should look at the cancer and the something. All right, so the other thing that we are supposed to do, we are supposed to describe the menstrual cycle. I didn't know that this is how the syllabus was. That is not even how the book is. All right, so we are supposed to look at the menstrual cycle. All right, so we are going to go around the menstrual cycle, please, and we're going to have a little talk. Now, the menstrual cycle is a diagram that most teachers don't want to teach because, truth be told, at times the interpretation is not as easy. But we are going to get that out of the way today, and hereafter, the menstrual cycle will be a walk in the park. I'm going through my pile of papers, a lot of past papers. Yeah, and they come to me at a cost. I have to pay to get them printed so that I have them to assist you online. Oh, wow, this is interesting. The syllabus didn't say this. This is a photosynthesis experiment. The syllabus did not say that we were supposed to do that. This is photosynthesis. So I'll have to tell you about all the photosynthesis experiment. And so we'll have to revisit that because look at this. This is photosynthesis, and you would have seen it on the paper and can't do it because the paper did say that we're supposed to look at chlorophyll. That one is the emission of oxygen, where that's the emission of oxygen where we put the loader in the water in the sun, and as it photosynthesizes, it would give off oxygen bubbles. And those oxygen bubbles, we could use them to relight a glowing splint. That is how we test for oxygen. I can't find that, so just let this stay for now, and I'll get back to that. All right, great. I don't know what 2013 is for. It's on the 2013 paper. Okay, I don't have that paper beside me now. I'd have to go and open my file, and I can't do that right now. All right, great. So let's look at the menstrual cycle, and I'm going to walk you through the menstrual cycle. So you really want to go to your textbook where the menstrual cycle is, so I can pretty much have a quick walk through the menstrual cycle. A quick walk through the menstrual cycle. All right, so go to your books where you have the menstrual cycle, and we're going to have a quick walk. Now, please be reminded that you are going to be telling me, and I am going to be, it is on the 2020 paper. The menstruals, but I was looking at the 2020 paper. Which of the 2020 paper? I have the May, June 2020. What is on it? Is it the May, June, or the January 2020? Because I was going through the 2020 paper now, and I am not seeing it. This is the 2020 paper I'm looking at. Which of the 2020? Oh, yeah, this is the 2020 paper. Yes, it has a photosynthesis stuff on it. All right, so we are going to be doing some of that between tonight and tomorrow, or tomorrow morning up to the exam. We have to finish the syllabus now, finish these 6 questions. All right, because you know I have my regular life to live. All right, great. Thanks to my family, they give you a lot of time. All right. So don't go with anything as yet. Just allow me to ask the questions as they are going to drive the learning. All right. So let us just start asking some questions. The first thing I want to ask is, what is this menstrual cycle? What it means? What do you understand from it? We're talking about menstrual cycle. What does it mean? Please remember, please be reminded to like, share, and subscribe. Call your friends from school, wherever they are, send them a WhatsApp message, send them a link. I am helping everyone. I don't need to know your name. I just need to know where you're from, right? And knowing where you are from, it comes to you at no expenses. We just want to know our reach, all right? Great. All right, so the menstrual cycle is the shedding of the uterus lining. The menstrual cycle is shedding of the uterus lining. The changes that takes place in the body of a woman. All right, let me see. A cycle that lasts. Okay, great. So I'm seeing something that is a little more helpful. I was not expecting some of the answers that I'm seeing. Great. I wasn't expecting them. But let me look at this one that fear has. A cycle that lasts for approximately 28 days with two main events: ovulation and menstruation. Thank you, Papa Jesus. It has been one of the better definitions I've seen for years. Because when we talk about the menstrual cycle for most persons really don't want to have a discussion around the menstrual cycle. Persons think that the menstrual cycle is that 3 or 5 days of shedding the uterus lining. No. Look at what Fern says there. It is a cycle that lasts for approximately 28 days, and I'm using approximately 28 days with two main events: ovulation and menstruation. All right, let me go down again. The period in which a woman loses the uterus. You see, that is period, that is shedding of the uterus lining. That is not the menstrual cycle. A cycle is cyclic, you know. It's a cyclic thing. So it go for 28 days and it start again. All right, but 28 days is a complete cycle. All right, a cycle that tells what happens to the uterus doing. All right, tell you what, I want you to look at the one that fear has. That is a beautiful one. I think I should even write it down. I am going to write it down. If I have a pen, I'm going to write it down. I don't have a pen, but it is a beautiful one, and I want to read it again for you. That is why I have to learn from you guys. I'm not as bright as you, so I have to learn from persons like fear. So a cycle, the menstrual cycle, is a cycle that lasts for 28 days, approximately 28 days in some persons, with two main events: ovulation and menstruation. When you would have said something like that, it tells me as a teacher that you understand clearly what you are saying. You are not making any mistake as to whether it is the period itself, the shedding of the uterus lining. You understand that the menstruation is the menstrual cycle is something over a time duration with events that are notable events. All right, great. That said, I like that. All right. The menstrual cycle is a cycle that lasts approximately 28 days with two main events: ovulation and menstruation. I like that. All right. And why we're saying approximately, for some persons it's going to be longer depending on what is happening in the body, and for some persons it might be shorter, but it's pretty much the average menstrual cycle. All right. Next question I'm going to be asking: when does this cycle begin? When does the menstrual cycle begin? We have to get these basics, you know. If you don't have these basics, then you don't have menstrual cycle. So if you get these basics and you understand the fundamental of the menstrual cycle, then you are going to Macmillan is clock on spot on right. So the menstrual cycle, it begins day one of seeing your period, that you call your period. The menstrual cycle begins day one. The first day you're seeing your period, that is the start of the menstrual cycle. Now, there are some words that I need to recall that my brain has probably shut down that are associated with the menstrual cycle. I soon tell you what they are. The very phases. There are three phases in the, let me ask you, because I am like blind Bartimaeus. There are three phases in the menstrual cycle. Could you tell me the phases, please? The phases in the menstrual cycle? There are three phases in the menstrual cycle. Just tell me very quickly about the name of the phases. We need to get that out of the way as well. So we have the follicular phase. That's one. So if you have to read to get it, you read to get it. No, Mr. Wilson can't tell you. We have the follicular phase, the luteal phase, and the ovulatory phase. So we have the luteal phase, the follicular phase, and the, all right, great. Now that we know these three phases, please write them down because we are setting up this platform to understand the menstrual cycle. It's not about just running around there and look at that thing. Now tell me what happens in each phase. The follicular, the ovulatory, and the luteal phase. So tell me what happens in each phase in order as to how it happens. What if the follicular phase is first or the ovular? I don't know which one is first, last, or third. So you have to tell me those two. Make sure you write them in that order. The follicular is the part when the eggs are released. All right, we're looking at the phases of the menstrual cycle. There are actually three phases, and we want to make sure you know the phases so that when we start to dive deeper into the cycle, you'll pretty much follow what we're doing. So tell me the three phases of we have gotten the three phases. Now we want to understand what happens during each phase. All right, so we want to look at what happens. So let us see. All right, so persons are saying things that are not so accurate. So I'm seeing, you have to say which phase you are talking about when you start talking. So follicular phase before the release of an egg, ovulatory phase, the release of an egg, and luteal phase after the egg has been released. All right, Thomas, I think I like where you're going with this. But what happens in the phase? What happens in each phase? For example, I want to hear like that for the follicular stage, it stimulates the hormone FSH, then control the growth of the follicles. So first is the follicular. The pituitary gland secretes follicle stimulating hormone. Where am I? Which then stimulates the ovaries to produce and develop eggs in a follicle. All right, so look at what Prince has there. So Prince would have given us the follicular phase. That's the first phase. And then what's the second phase? I'm waiting. It is your weak area, and that is why we're here. We're going to strengthen this for you. So the first thing we got, some salient point, was that point that Fear gave us. We needed to know what is the menstrual cycle. Secondly, we needed to know when does it begin? Thirdly, we need to have an appreciation that there are 3 phases to the cycle, and we need to understand what happens in each phase. Now, rightly said by Prince that first it is the follicular phase, and the follicular phase, the pituitary gland, which is a master gland here, would pretty much secrete hormone to ensure that there is secretion of follicle stimulating hormone, which then stimulate the ovaries to produce and develop egg. So if there is no follicular stage, then the follicles will not be developing eggs. All right. So I'm not too sure what's happening. I'm not seeing anything else. What about the other phase? You're not waiting on me to tell you. I am prompting for the answers, and I want you to tell me the answers. All right, so as we look at it, we are reminded that we are supposed to describe the menstrual cycle. We are supposed to look at use of diagram for illustration, include the role of a hormone, follicle stimulating hormone. So we must know about FSH, we must know about luteinizing hormone, we must know about progesterone, we must know about estrogen. So there are 4 hormones that we need to know about. So after we would have talked, after we would have had a discussion on the phases of the menstrual cycle, we are going to be looking at the function of the follicle stimulating hormone and the function of the luteinizing hormone, after which we're going to be looking at the estrogen and progesterone. In that order, we are going to be learning the menstrual cycle, after which we are going to be running on over to the diagram to interpret the diagram as it would have been on the exam. So Austin is out, and Austin is saying that luteinizing hormones stimulates the corpus luteum to develop in the ovary after ovulation to secrete progesterone. Hold one bit. I think we're jumping over. We don't learn like that. All right. We have to understand that we learn in sequence. The brain is an orderly place. All right. So just hold one bit. Let us deal with this first. See, persons putting in a lot of stuff. So let us deal with the phases. So we have the follicular phase, and then I am seeing now persons putting in the ovulatory phase. The level of estrogen increase to prepare the lining of the lining for eggs, and the luteinizing hormone increases to enable the release of the egg. All right, a lot of things are being said here. So we have the ovulatory phase. I'm seeing some frown here, and rightfully so. I'm seeing the frowns because the persons who are leading this, we are going a little slow. Don't worry yourself though. As soon as we get into the diagram, what I want you to do, those persons who are with the frown, I want you to write out these things that we are doing. So like for the thing there by Prince that says the first on the follicular phase, we want to write that down. FSH stimulates the development and growth of a follicle. It stimulates the lining of the uterus to thicken. Now that one by query, you can pretty much write down that one, FSH, that's a good one too. The follicle stimulating hormone, it stimulates the egg to develop, and of course growth of the follicles, and of course stimulating the lining of the uterus to thicken. Then we have the follicular phase already. Sir, I don't know these names. And that is why you are here. When you leave, you should know the names. The corpus luteum is going to be a big word, so we need to work with that a little better so that other persons can understand. Let me see what Luke has here. In the ovulatory phase, ovulation occurs whereby the ova is released from the follicle. The structure of the follicle turns into corpus luteum, which produces progesterone. All right, you want to write what Luke said just now. You want to have that documented. All right, so the follicular growth of follicles and reproduction. That is sort of, Johnson, that is sort of sketchy what you have there. So we have to revisit that. And we looked at the ovulatory phase. What about the luteal phase or the luteal phase? Nobody's touching that. What happens in the luteal phase? What happens in the luteal phase? So we look nicely at the follicle stage. We look nicely at the ovulatory phase. What about the luteal phase? For those persons who don't understand what is happening, not everybody have the answer here. Persons are just following in their textbook with reproduction, reading and fueling the information. I am not the teacher who tell you things. It is discovery learning. When you grab it on your own, you'll remember even where in the book you can find it to revise. If I tell you, you will remember where you can find me to revise. I am not always available, but your textbook is always with you. You know where your textbook is. All right, so the luteinizing hormone causes ovulation to take place. And what ovulation means is the release of the egg from the ovary. But I want to go back up, I think, to Luke. I think I want to go back to Luke. All right, so Luke, look at what Luke has there. In the ovulatory phase, ovulation occurs where the ova is released from the follicle. That's a very good thing there from Luke. And then it continues by saying the structure of a follicle turns into what we refer to as corpus luteum. And it is this corpus luteum that is, of course, producing the progesterone. But nobody would have said, I am not seeing where anybody would have said what happens in the luteal phase. So we understand that I am not so comfortable myself, you know. I am not so comfortable. I'm going to be, Luke, I'm going to take you on this one. You did something nice, and persons who do nice work, we take them on. Luke, I want you to do this for me. I want you to do this for me. Listen clearly. We're building a timeline. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because we're going to be looking at that diagram for the menstrual cycle. I want you to walk us through. You have done the ovary. I want you to walk us through the follicle stage. I think somebody did something nice on the follicle phase. Then I want you to tell us, you have done the ovulatory phase. Okay, so you're back with, okay, so he's back with that. So in the luteal phase, after ovulation occurs, the ovary travels. All right, just hold on, guys. Just stop typing for a bit. Just stop typing for a bit. Let us just learn this part. Let's just learn this part. Just stop typing for a bit, please. All right, great. Thank you. So I want to learn this part so that we have an appreciation when we get to that table. So I think Luke gave 2 nice answers. And I think, I don't remember who gave another answer up top, but I know Luke gave good answers. Just before Luke, somebody gave something. I think Prince. All right, so if you scroll up, you'll see Prince. And Prince says that the first is the follicular, and in the follicular, the pituitary gland secretes follicular stimulating hormone, or FSH, follicle stimulating hormone. All right, which then stimulate the ovaries to produce and develop eggs in the follicle. So the follicle stimulating hormone, follow me. It is like the messenger that goes to that ovary, so to speak, and say, hey, you need to develop an egg. You need to make an egg. Guess what? Birthday is coming up, and I want you to bake a cake. So it goes over to the ovary. Hey, birthday is coming up. I want you to bake a cake. And baking a cake is making the egg. So in the first phase, the follicular stage, the pituitary gland, in its action, stimulates the production of FSH, follicle stimulating hormone. Cool. So it is, I'm using analogy now. It is as if you are in Jamaica and you went to a bakery, or you are in Trinidad, Guyana, Antigua, St. Lucia, Grenada, wherever you are, and your birthday is coming up on the 15th of the 15th month. And you went to that bakery and you say, listen to me, I want you to bake me up a nice cake and write on it, I am going to ace HSB. So that is what happens in the follicular stage. A message is sent to somewhere for something to do something. So the follicular stage, the pituitary gland is going to secrete this hormone called FSH, and the FSH will stimulate the ovaries to produce and develop eggs in what we refer to as the follicle. That's what happened first. Hey, hello? Oh, yes. I'm talking to the ovary. Oh, yes, right. You know what? I'm going to need some eggs, so I want you to produce some eggs for me. Okay, that's fine. I have it under control. I'm going to do the egg for you. All right, great. Hang up. See you later. Ovulation will pass by and pick up the eggs, all right? All right, great. What is he wearing? All right, I'll tell you later what he's wearing. Great. So hang up the phone, and then the ovaries start to work. All right? Ovaries making egg. Let us move on down to Luke. Now, we'll move on down to Luke now. What happened now, what would have happened is that the ovary is this efficient place, like my HSB student. So it would have made these eggs. So now we're at the ovulatory phase. It's not, the ovary is not going to say to me, oh, you know that I forget because I oversleep, or you know that there was price increase, or there was war in Cuba and Haiti. No, the ovary is not going to say that. The ovary is going to do what it is supposed to do. So here now is where the ovary would have to deliver. It was asked to do something, so now the ovary has to deliver. So here, in the ovulatory phase, ovulation occurs, which is the ovum, the egg that we asked for in the follicular phase. Here, the ovary now have to deliver this egg. The ovary is now delivering this egg. It is as if now today is the day that you went to collect that birthday cake that you had ordered from the bakery. Great. So in this phase, the structure of a follicle, let me just go right back through that with Luke. In the ovulatory phase, the ovulation occurs whereby the ovum releases from the follicle, and the ovum is the egg from the woman is released from the bakery, like the cake released from the bakery. All right, the truth about it, you are one of those millionaires that you just pretty much go to a bakery that was designed to build one cake, and after it build the cake, it shut down and do something else. So here now, the structure of the follicle is not going to bake any more cake. What the structure of a follicle is going to do, it is going to change into something else and produce an hormone. All right? It is producing, it is like now, let me use another analogy. So now that you have baked the birthday cake, the bakery wants the birthday party to go on because these persons at the bakery, they want to come to the birthday party. So what they do, they close the bakery and they carry the music that they have in the bakery that they use to entertain the customer. They are now carrying the music to your birthday party. Now, the music here is the progesterone. The music is coming to your party to ensure that the party takes place. The progesterone is there to ensure that this whole process take place. We soon get to the detail as to what the progesterone does. But just give me a minute. Just remember that the progesterone is now like the music that will carry to the party in order to make things happen. So now the ovary would have delivered the egg. Now we have the last phase now, the luteal phase, or the luteal phase. Let me go on down. I think Luke did give me something. All right, just give me a bit. Guys, just don't type us yet. We're learning. We're learning in sequence here. Sequencing. All right, we don't want to be all over the place and then we have nothing at all. All right, great. So in the luteal phase, after ovulation, after the cake has been delivered, the ovum will travel through the fallopian tube with the help of cilia, which vibrates to create a current where it waits for fertilization. Hold up. My party analogy is still working. So, the cake has been delivered. There's a transport mechanism that is going to carry the cake to the birthday party, right? And it is going to travel on a particular road. You know that nice road that they just make in your country? Yes, that nice road. That is the road it's going to travel on. But the name of this road now is the fallopian tube, and it runs from the ovary down into or connects to the uterus. But oh, look what happens. In the fallopian tube, there are some things we call cilia, and they are flickering like my finger, and they are moving the egg. Follow me? They are moving the egg. So they move the egg, and then they stop pretty much on the road. They stop right where they should stop at the end of the road. It is as if you are going to go through the toll booth. You are going through the toll booth, and you are waiting on somebody to come and collect you to go through the toll booth. So now the egg is there in the egg is there in the fallopian tube. Follow me. So the cake is parked up on the highway. One caravan with everybody behind the cake. Otisha is behind the cake. Tanisha is behind the cake. Amor is behind the cake. Luke is behind the cake. Dominic is behind the cake. Kelisha is behind the cake. Hewlett is behind the cake because we're going to have one big party. But we're waiting on the other persons to come and get us that we can go to the party, right? So in the meantime, the musicals are even there, for the party to go on, right? So this is an analogy to say that the egg is there waiting for something to come and get it. Now, while it is there waiting, two things can happen. Two things can happen while you're on the highway waiting. Two things can happen. It's either the persons who are supposed to come and pick you up, they are going to come, or they might not come. Now, if they come in the form of sperms, fertilization is going to take place. Fertilization takes place in the fallopian tube. When the egg is fertilized, some other little things going to come in place now, some other little hormone and something. We have some other hormone we're talking about just now. All right. So now we understand the luteinizing hormone, what it does. In the luteal phase, we'll have to go back to those hormones, and we understand what the follicle stimulating hormone does. It just sends a message. So we want to, I want somebody to tell me what the luteinizing hormone does. So hold on. So now the egg is fertilized, or the person come to pick up the egg, come to pick up the cake. So now the person come to pick up the cake, they are going to have one lengthy birthday party. Now they pass the toll booth and they gone into the womb where the party is keeping. They are going to have this long party for 9 months. 9 months they're going to have this party for. However, the person might not come to pick up the cake. So what is going to happen? The cake is just going to spoil and we have to throw it away. That is where the menstrual, the period thing will start. So if the egg doesn't get any pickup by the sperms, then it will just disintegrate, and all the preparation that we had for the party, implantation and all of that, oh, just, and then it's all over. All right, great. So we have gone through, with nice analogies, I think, the follicular phase, the ovulatory phase, the luteinizing phase. We understand clearly what FSH does, but we don't understand clearly what the luteinizing hormone does. So now you are going to tell me the luteinizing hormone is secreted by the pituitary gland. What am I reading now? Luteinizing hormone is secreted by the pituitary gland in the middle of the cycle. What it does? Let me see what Victoria is saying. Luteinizing hormone stimulate the release of the egg from the ovary, and I like where this is going. Stimulate the egg from the ovary in the middle of a menstrual cycle. So we are going to go with, you see, teachers think that they know everything. But with cooperative learning, with collaboration, we can learn so much. We're learning about these hormones from 3 different persons. And everybody is telling there are 4 different or 5 different persons. Everybody is telling their own tale, and as we put them together, it is making a lot of sense to us. All right? And then we are putting some analogy to it so that we can understand exactly what is happening. So Victoria said, let us start again. I gave you a part of the analogy, but then remember we have to put in the luteinizing hormone. So should I tell you or should I ask you? All right, let me just go through this again, and then I am going to ask you. I'm going to ask everybody for a timeline after this. All right. So the luteinizing hormone will pretty much stimulate the ovary. It is going to call the ovary. The luteinizing hormone is doing the pickup. That's the pickup guy. Hold on. That's the delivery guy that is going to pick up the eggs, or is going to make sure that the cake is ready at the bakery. And he's going to deal with the thing getting into the fallopian tube on the highway. So the luteinizing hormone will stimulate the release of the egg from the ovary in the middle of the menstrual cycle. Also, it affects the ovary so that it produces progesterone to keep the uterus lining in place to make things all fine. So let us put this in perspective now. Phases. Follicle stimulating phase, ovulatory phase, luteinizing or luteal phase, the luteinizing hormone phase, luteal phase. So one, follicular stage, FSH, stimulate the production of egg. Ovulatory phase, the egg is released as a result of the sperm from the luteinizing hormone. The egg moves into the fallopian tube, waiting to be fertilized by the sperms. No fertilization takes place, then what is going to happen is that the egg is going to disintegrate. This is where we are now. This is where we are. What is the function of progesterone and estrogen? Now remember, you have to do some reading on your own. While we are simplifying and summarizing things here, you have to do some reading on your own. All right, so let's have the estrogen and progesterone, and then you are going to skip your pages now and look at the diagram for the menstrual cycle. And then after today, we are going to understand everything that is happening with the menstrual cycle. There are some more reading to be done on the menstrual cycle. Miller, could you leave that out of the conversation for today? Because bio was not hard yesterday. This is the biology paper. It was not hard yesterday. So please do not scare your classmate about exam being hard. I saw the exam and I think I'm a reasonable man. If you fail to prepare, then you prepare to fail. Progesterone causes the uterus lining to increase slightly in thickness and remain thick. Sort of lightly, they remain thick part of that thing because it pretty much falls nicer into the diagram that we're going to be looking at. All right, progesterone causes the uterus lining to increase slightly in thickness. Progesterone prepares the uterus for pregnancy. All right, so it prepares the wall, allow it to become thick. The walls of the uterus becoming thick, getting ready for this party. All right, so progesterone causes the lining of the uterus, the endometrium, that is what it is called, to fill with blood vessels, rich supply of blood in preparation for pregnancy. All right, great. Sir, well, I'm not too sure what happened with you, but we did. We have been doing this for a year. All right, so Mila, let us leave that out. It has already been passed. Let us just treat with what is going to be here moving forward. But like I say, I have the paper in front of me, and I know what the exam was, and I have a fair idea as what should have been manageable for students. based on what we would have covered here and what your teacher probably would have covered versus those things that probably is for that top Caribbean student on the paper. You're always going to have an exam paper that has something that some students have never seen ever. And there are some students who are student-centered who are going to be, oh, wow, I read this someplace, I knew about this. And there are some students who are teacher-centered who are saying, wow, my teacher didn't tell me. So some students will be saying, teacher didn't tell me. And some students will be saying, I read it someplace. All right? So we have to remember that we have these two different types of students to deal with. And you have to make sure that you get into that place where I read it somewhere. All right, great. And being here is one of those things to say, I read it somewhere, or I got it somewhere. All right, but never mind. I'm not rushing you. I'm just saying that let us just not cause any fear for anyone. All right, hush, I am not attacking you. Estrogen thickens the uterus lining. Thicken the uterus lining. It's fertile. All right. I'm trying to find a sequence. I'm trying to find a story. All right, I want you to tell me about, let us start this again. I want you to tell me about estrogen first, because the timeline is very important. Estrogen comes first. What is it that the estrogen will do? What it does? Tell me about estrogen. After you tell me about estrogen, then you can tell me about progesterone. So estrogen prepare the uterus wall and control the menstrual cycle. All right, I'm going to go with prepare the uterus wall because I'm trying to build a sequence here. Estrogen prepare the uterine lining and inhibits the production of FSH. All right, great. I like that one. So we want to go with that one. Estrogen prepare the uterus lining and inhibit the production of FSH. All right, pause for me now. Pause for me. So now we are looking at the diagram. Look at the diagram in your books. And I'm an analogy guy. So you are going to observe that on the diagram, you are seeing a slope. It's taking off. So first you are seeing the uterus lining shedding. That is the start of the period. And this goes up to about 5 days. All right, so the shedding takes place for about 5 days. All right, now while the shedding is taking place, at the end of that shedding, you are going to have estrogen now causing the wall to become thickened. So you are going to see increased concentration and the wall starts to become thick. And that is going up from about 5 days, this thing starts, and it is going up to about 14, 15 days. Are you seeing that? Now at 15 days, somewhere the middle of the thing, this is where we call the ovulatory phase. The ovulatory phase. All right, hold on with that. All right, just hold on a bit. Now, this is where about 14 days thereabout, we are going to have ovulation taking place. Now, ovulation is the release of an egg. We spoke about remember we're talking about the follicular stage, what happens during the follicular stage. And then we talk about midway, we have the ovulatory phase. And the ovulatory phase now is where you are going to find the egg releasing. So if when you see that graph come up in the middle, in the height here, right there is where you're going to have the peak of ovulation. The peak of estrogen. Right up the top here, you are going to have the peak of estrogen. So if you observe here, I'm coming up And right at the top up here, we are seeing that graph represents the estrogen level. Right at the top here is where you're going to have ovulation. That's about 14 days you are going to have ovulation. Now, what is ovulation? Ovulation is pretty much just the release of an egg, right? It's this release of the cake that is going to go up into into the oviduct or fallopian tube. It will go there to be fertilized. Great. Now, after that 14 days, progesterone levels will stay high. However, after that 14 days, the estrogen level will drop, right? So in the first part of the phase, the progesterone level was below the estrogen level. When we got up a little about 12, 13 days about thereabout, what you find happening now is that the estrogen level starts to fall. And somewhere there about 16 or 17, you find that the progesterone level start to go up. So at midway the menstrual cycle, what you are going to find after midway the menstrual cycle, you are going to find the progesterone level being higher, right? So in the early phase, after the period, after about 5 days after the period, no, period lasts for about 5 days. Thereafter, well, pretty much starting there, you are going to have the estrogen level rising, and it goes up to about midway the period, or midway the cycle, about 14 days there about, and then you are going to have the egg being released. After that 14 days, you are going to have an increase in the progesterone level. Now, there's of course going to be a rise. It will stay high if, of course, fertilization occur. So if the person becomes, if that egg hit that sperms, then of course the progesterone level will continue to be high. Now, to understand why it continues to be high is to understand what is the function of progesterone. So progesterone further thicken the uterus for implantation and maintain it should it be that the person becomes pregnant, so to speak. Once it is fertilized, the egg will sort of implant in the uterus and the development will start. Now, if it is not fertilized, then what is going to happen is that the progesterone level again will fall. And when the progesterone level fall, you are going to have the shedding of the uterus lining. That is all there is to the menstrual cycle. Now, I know that some persons are going to say, go again, but I'm sorry. You'll have to check the replay. I'm sure I broke it down as simple as it can get. And if you follow, using those lines, following the graph, looking at that slope there, and looking at what happens, you are going to understand clearly what is happening. Now, all you need to do to understand this cycle, if you are using Lydia Atawu book, and you want to understand those tree graphs, what you're going to do, you're going to look at, can I remember names? I think Luke gave something good about the ovulatory phase. I think, just let me go back, sorry. I think, just let me go back. I am just too old probably. And whomever is, you will remember, I don't know, gave something about the follicular phase. You want to know the follicular phase, and then you having known the follicular phase, then you are now going to tie in. After you know, all right, let us go. So you need to know the follicular phase, you need to know the ovulatory phase, you need to know the luteal phase. And with those phases, you have to understand the role of FSH and the role of the luteinizing hormone, or LH, as it says on the syllabus. Now that we know what is the function of FSH and luteinizing hormone as it is with the 3 phases, then we have to understand how these 2 hormones, estrogen and progesterone, affects the wall of the uterus. All right. So what the estrogen does is to cause the wall to start to develop, start to get thick, right? and that lasts up to about 14 days, and then an egg will be released. That is called ovulation. And once that is released, then the progesterone will, of course, ensure that the walls of the ovary remain thick. And if the egg become fertilized, then it will ensure that the thickness of the wall is maintained. Now, if it is not fertilized, then after that, what is going to happen is that the progesterone level will start falling, the estrogen level will start rising, and then you will have your period. All right. So if you look at the diagram above, you are seeing everything happening that we said. The follicle are releasing that egg, and then it is producing progesterone. And it is nice to say there. All those things that I paused the video, I told you to wait and ask persons to write. These are the salient points to remember in interpreting what is happening with the menstrual cycle. 1, follicle stimulating phase. 2, the ovulatory phase. 3, the luteal phase. 4, the function of the FSH, follicle stimulating hormone. Whatever next number, the luteinizing hormone. Whatever the other number, estrogen. And then the other number is progesterone. So you will realize that the luteinizing hormone and the follicle stimulating hormone, the follicle stimulating hormone is telling the ovary, do something. The luteinizing hormone is coming back to say, is it ready now? Can I get it now? That's all there is to this maze that for how long we can't do. Remember, you have to go over this again, or else you are going to be having a little problem in understanding. I did the skeletal system last night in class. Ask everybody, we were here, we had class last night. Classes start at 7. Classes start at 7. All right, what I'm going to ask you to do, stop for me, everyone. Stop for me, everyone. Those persons who I call their names as making good presentation, could you just copy your presentation and put it in the chat now for me? So let us start with that person who I said I accepted your follicular phase. Place that in. The person who did the ovulatory phase, place that in afterwards. And then the person who did the luteal phase, paste it in afterwards. And then we are going to put in the hormones. As soon as we would have done that, I am ready to go again. I'm sorry, Macmillan, and it's probably good that your book doesn't have it, because if your book had all the good explanation, you wouldn't need any teachers. I remember before COVID, teachers had no value in any society. People used to say, me can't teach me picnic in my yard because the teacher did not in school, and they on phone and chat people business. Until COVID came, parents had a different view about teachers. I am happy for COVID. Hooray, COVID. I'm laughing at you, Macmillan. No, I'm not laughing at you, Macmillan. I'm just laughing. I'm sorry. Oh, I get this paper already? I don't know why you asked that question. But, I mean, anybody could have a copy of this paper. Once the exam is finished, you can get a paper. Once the exam is finished, you can get a paper too. The paper twos don't go back to CSEC. Anybody can get a paper too. Once the exam is finished and the script is all sent off, anybody can get it. It's not like you can go in and say, hey, I missed the exam, I'm going to do it. And they give you this paper. If you miss the exam, you pay to do it next year. Right? It's a multiple choice that we can't get. So I am no genius in having the paper. All right? All right. How I get the paper? There's no secret. There's no secret to it. No secret. I'm no genius. I didn't steal it. I didn't do anything wrong. All right. There was no breach. All right. Great. So now we're going to be looking at something else. Oh, you see how long this takes? It takes us a really long time. You know, we are just at specific objective 3. So we're now going to look at explanation for ovulation, fertilization, implantation, and development of the embryo. All right, so One of the things is that when teachers are teaching, we have to teach the menstrual cycle by itself and don't get it all tied up with so many other stuff. All right, diagram of a fetus in uterus required. So once it is saying that a diagram is required, you need to know it and be able to label it. So it's a diagram of a fetus in the uterus required, role of placenta, umbilical cord, and amniotic sac. Minute details of stages of development are required. What that means is that you have to annotate the diagram. So if you are looking in your textbook and then you have to move away from menstrual cycle now, so we are going to go back in the book based on what you have. I have a book in front of me that is pretty much guiding what I do. All right, so if you are looking in the book, you are going to see that womb there that has the baby in it. All right, so now that you're seeing it, I do hope that you are there. We are going to be looking at ovulation. We are going to be looking at fertilization, and we are going to be looking at implantation. So implantation. Sorry guys. Something's wrong. All right. I was looking to see if there is something specific here for ovulation. No, I'm not seeing anything specific for ovulation, but I am seeing something for fertilization. So we are going to start from, for those persons who are using the book, we are going to start from fertilization really. Ovulation will come before. So I'll just quickly tell you what, well, you will tell me what is ovulation. I don't need to tell you. So tell me what is ovulation in the chat as we build the sequence for learning. So we are building the sequence for learning. We are going to start with what is ovulation. I want you to give me an idea as to when ovulation takes place. And then we are going to move from there with pretty much making that baby. No. No. All right. Remember that we're going to be guiding our learning today by research. All right. So what is ovulation? What that means is that the person who gave that answer just now, you were not listening through the lesson, or you just joined the lesson, because we have been talking about ovulation all morning. Ovulation is simply the release of an ovum, all right, or the release of an egg. All right, so you will find that in your book that ovulation is pretty much the release of an ovum or the release of an egg. And when does this happen? At what point? So ovulation is pretty much a process by which the ovary releases an egg, and it happens about 15, 14 days thereabout, about 13, 14, 15 thereabout. Ovulation will take place. All right, anywhere within that region. Now remember, this is not cast in stone, so you might ovulate earlier or you might ovulate later, but of course, that's a guide somewhere about 13, 14, 15, with the central point there being 14, somewhere midway the cycle. And remember, the cycle begins on the first day of your period. Now, after ovulation would have taken place, then we understand that the egg would have traveled to where? Where does the egg travel to after after ovulation? All right, tell me that. Where does the egg travel to after fertilization? I keep saying fertilization after ovulation. So it travels to the oviduct. All right. So I'm giving you summary information here, so you might have to do some more reading. So the cilia in the fallopian tube will pretty much move the egg along the fallopian tube, but it's going to sit in that fallopian tube and wait for Mr. Gentleman to come and please kiss. Great. So what happens is that the egg is going to be fertilized, it's going to be released, sit there in the fallopian tube. Now, if sperms, by whatever means, not necessarily sex, could be from the hand, could be anything, But if for any reason the sperm gets into that vagina and up through the uterus and is able to swim towards that egg, then we are going to have the fusion of the male and female gamete. Which forces me to ask you a question. Where does fertilization take place? Where does fertilization take place? Right, so the ovum, as Kat is saying, the ovum can't move on its own. It's like a man have a car, so he have to pick up a woman. That should be a lesson that we learn, that women really have to rely on men. You see, that's a lesson there, and it's a subtle lesson. The woman can't move, so she has to be placed on a carriageway. And on that carriageway, she goes there, and then the man will pretty much just make his way there because he has what it takes to move. Look at that. All right, great. So the fertilization of the egg takes place in the fallopian tube or the oviduct. Great. So the fertilization of the egg takes place in the fallopian tube or the oviduct. Great. Now you might have to do some more reading there. Now this is, turn your pages for me, and we're going to be looking at implantation. Turn your pages, and we're going to be looking at implantation. So we did say that the sperm could be on the exam to be labeled. Now, I have seen this diagram on a past paper. Which past paper, I can't tell. It's a human fertilization and implantation. And they are saying that the zygote is not drawn to scale. So I want you to look at that diagram there in your book with the follicle releasing that ovum and the ovum pretty much traveling pretty much into the fallopian tube. So there you are seeing the ovary releasing that egg, and that process there is called ovulation. It is in the 2018 paper. All right, good. That's why I have to have some secretary in the class that I can pretty much find my stuff very, very quickly. So here I have a 2018, but this is the January paper. I don't know if it is here, but I'll check. I might have the, just give me a second. It's not in this one, so it might be in the, that's biology. 2017, 2020. Okay, but this is 2018. Guys, this diagram from section E of your syllabus is a real possibility on the paper. This with the pit latrine is a real possibility on your paper. Make sure that you know how to label it or to draw it, whichever. Okay, great. So you see, all right. So on the 2018 paper, you have to know this because this will be featured in our class tonight. So that's a female reproductive system from front view, and then guys, I'm happy you guys are following the paper. All right, no respiration on the paper, so we're not looking at that. And then this is the diagram that we are looking at now. This is the diagram that we are looking at now. Now, what that tells me, that I use a lot of things and I use a whole lot of coding to understand students. The only way a child could have known which paper this is on is if that child is preparing him or herself real hard for the exam. So we know that this can be on the paper, the sperm can be on the paper, or of course, any other reproductive system. And you see how easy these questions get? So not much for you to kill yourself about, all right? Anybody can identify the vagina and the ovary there. Anybody can do that, all right? So we move on to this diagram here, and that's what we're going to be talking about now. And it is asking us about C. So ovulation, ovary, ovulation, ovum, oviduct lined, and then it's asking what happens at C. Okay, and these persons are really tricky, you know, man. If you ever see what they would have done here, oh yes, the same thing. All right, so if you're looking at the diagram, I want you to pay attention to the diagram. It's also in the 2013 paper. Okay, great. So if you are looking at the diagram, those little finger-like projection that you are seeing, probably you can't see it good. You are seeing here, you see some little dots coming towards this. That's pretty much the sperm trying to get in. So they wanted you to tell what that is. Now, if you look at your diagram, it is saying that fertilization is taking place, where that is a fusion of a male, where that is a fusion of a nucleus of an ovum and the spermatozoa. So here we have fertilization taking place. That is not implantation. So fertilization is taking place. This diagram is showing fertilization and implantation. So fertilization taking place here in the oviduct. All right, great. Let us continue. Then you are going to realize that first there are two cells. After fertilization, it changes into two cells. All right? And that would, of course, be the egg and the sperm cell. And we're going to watch what happened then. Then it's the multiplication process starts and it goes into four cells. All right? So first we have meiosis start taking place and all of these things start happening. And then it's going to change into mitosis and all of that. And then we have four cells. And then, yes, mitosis, Williams. And then mitosis, as I said, the cell division start after, meiosis is within the sex cells. Thereafter, it is going to be mitosis taking place with the cell division. Now, the cell division is going to continue, and it's going to continue to move down into the uterus. All right? So more mitosis taking place as the cell is dividing. So as you see the cell divide, it is dividing, and that division is, of course, mitosis. Remember, meiosis takes place in sex cell, and outside of the sex cell, it is autosomal cell. That is where mitosis takes place. So don't just look at a reproductive organ, male or female, and because you're seeing the sperm and the egg, you are saying, hey, this is meiosis, because remember, this is reproduction. No, reproduction, as it were, the meiosis takes place in the sex cell. Thereafter, we're going to be having mitosis. Now, look what happens as we go down now. Now, as more mitosis will take place, and then we are going to go right on down into the uterus, and there you are going to see implantation taking place. A ball of cell become attached. It's going to be really implant itself in the walls of the nucleus there. So a ball of cell pretty much being. All right, so Williams is saying it is a zygote, then it goes into an embryo, which is when it gets implanted. All right, that is so true, Williams. That is so true. So after fertilization, it changes into a zygote. The timeline is very, very important. It changes into a zygote and then eventually into an embryo, which is, of course, implanted in the walls of the uterus. Thanks very much. That's how we do it here. All right, great. So now that we have done the implantation and you understand what happens with implantation, you can now just give me a definition. What is implantation? What really is implantation? We understand that fertilization is a fusion of a male and female gamete, but what is implantation? All right, as I check my syllabus to see where we are. All right, so we are still on the implantation, and then we are going to get into pregnancy. We're going to get into pregnancy. I do hope that we are making little jottings, little notes for the things that we don't clearly understand, so that we pretty much don't have to read over the entire passage, because we have teachers in the room. It's not Mr. Wilson. I'm sure that we have other teachers in the room here. All right, teachers are not going to just send you here and they are not here. So there are teachers here checking for you as well. All right, I might not know the teachers, but I'm sure teachers are in the room. All right, so implantation is the embedding of the fertilized cell into the lining of the uterus. Now, fertilized cell, you want to ask Williams, what fertilized cell is embedded in the uterus? Is it the zygote or is it the fetus? Or is it the embryo? Or better yet, give me the timeline. Which come first? Zygote, embryo, fetus? I don't want you to leave here not knowing those today. Zygote, embryo, fetus. What is implanted? So I'm seeing Kat saying implantation is the process by which you have to give me a timeline. You can't write them one. Kat is saying that implantation is the process by which a fertilized egg, the zygote, is embedded in the walls of the uterus. What says you? Is it the zygote that is embedded? Is it the fetus that is embedded? Or is it the embryo that is embedded? So implantation is when the zygote divides rapidly by mitosis using, you say yolk stored, that sounded like agri, in the original source nutrient. Okay, they use the original source. Okay, great, I see that. So the zygote is implanted. So the zygote is what is embedded. I am hearing you. All right, so implantation, the process by which a zygote is implanted itself into the endometrium or the lining of the uterus. Some nice words coming up here. It is zygote, then the embryo. All right, so at what point do we have the zygote? At what point do we have the zygote? And at what point do we have the embryo? What should we do so that we don't misinterpret or say the wrong thing at the wrong time? So fertilization occurs after the corpus luteum occurs, fertilization occurs, the corpus luteum continues to secrete hormone, progesterone, which of course prepare the walls of the uterus to receive the zygote. So of course, it is the zygote that is implanted. All right, very well. So we spoke about the zygote. So what is the embryo now? So we spoke about the zygote being implanted. What is the embryo? What is the embryo? There's no way you can forget now. That is the zygote that is implanted. What is the embryo? So it's a zygote that grows to form a fetus. A ball of cell is called an embryo. What is on the timeline? Where does the embryo fall in relation to the zygote and the fetus? Give me a timeline. So the zygote is formed. So the zygote is from fertilization to implantation. The embryo is after implantation to 8 weeks of pregnancy. Then the fetus comes after 8 weeks of pregnancy. All right. The embryo, 2 weeks. All right. We see some timeline here. So I want to make it very, very simple. I want to make it very, very simple. I like to say we have different levels of learners here. So for those learners who are not as quick as others, I want our learned student to break it down for them. I want you to say 1 is this, 2 is this, and 3 is this. pretty much on a timeline. So I'm seeing it all there, but I want it as simple as that for those persons who are not at your level. All right, let me see what you'll do with that. And then I'll give you your memory aid as soon as you would have completed that. What's happening? I'm asking for that timeline. McIntyre Wilson. I don't know anybody in the room, you know. I know names for those persons who have been with me for over a year or thereabout, but I really don't know anybody in the room. All right, I don't want any months now. All I want is a timeline, like a first, second, third, that type of a thing. That's what I am asking for now. Place them in order. First, second, third. Zygote, fetus, embryo, whichever way the mix is. I want you to unscramble that puzzle and I want you to place them in rank. What comes first? So Wedderburn is out. Eric Wedderburn is out. Zygote is the first thing. All right? And it is a zygote that is implanted in the walls. Then secondly, we have this embryo now that is being developed. And then thirdly, we have the fetus. And then we have the baby. And then we have the infant or toddler, whatever it is called. And you understand that timeline. All right. Great. 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 Now, what is peculiar about this timeline? It is that it is probably the only time that the letter Z comes before E. Did you realize that? It is probably the only time. So when you get into that exam, you know that it's always going to be EFG. Understand? So it's going to be embryo then fetus. We know that EFG. We know that E come before F. So we know that it is going to be the embryo before the fetus. But the anomaly here is that Z now appears before E. And this is probably the only case. So we have the zygote coming first. So on a timeline, if you forget, and you, I have the zygote, I have the embryo, I have the fetus, which is which? Always remember, that is EF. So we saw that part already. Embryo, fetus. And then the only time that Z is going to come in front of E is when we have the zygote coming before the embryo. All right, great. I think you were awesome there. That was a class activity to get everybody stimulated and to get everybody in the action, even those persons who is above the head, we try to get them to be a part. So the persons who are really fast, don't become frustrated. Just use this opportunity to teach those persons who are a little slower than you, and it will also help you to reinforce. Now we're looking at pregnancy and birth of a newborn. That is what we should be doing. Pregnancy and birth of a newborn. So providing that this zygote develops into an embryo, it is going to continue its development into a fetus. And as it continues into a fetus, then the development will go on through to a baby. Now, just to point out here, you want to make sure, I'm a very graphic teacher, so I hope that no baby is in the room. You want to make sure, ladies, just let me stop back and talk because I'm very open. I'm not so coy at times. I have heard these type of talks along the way. You can't make me wash the baby face like how the father they are foreign. Wash what baby face? Team face the nasty enough with one wash. When you are pregnant, it is very important. Yes, it is Zeph. I like Zeph to Wilson. I like that. I've seen that before. Great. All right. So when you are pregnant, even before and after, it is your responsibility to take care of yourself and the offspring. It is a lonesome, shameful act for a woman to be pregnant and don't know who got her pregnant. I think it's the act of the lowest chart or the lowest rank in the values of a woman. All right. So now we are going to be talking about pregnancy. We understand where we are now. We have to be going out to get some baby clothes and all that, because we know that fertilization took place. We know that implantation take place. So now we need to understand. I don't know what Jerry mean. Help me there. It's still live. Yes, it's still live. All right. So we know that fertilization take place. We know that implantation take place. So guess what? It is now time for us to start that preparation where we call it. Help me here, ladies, because I'm not so good at that. It is now time for us to start the prenatal clinic. Hold on. So the things that me just like to talk about the woman them. Hey, we have some little money, see? Me did stay so one time. But he saved me. So me did stay so one time. I was like that at a point in my life where I thought that going to clinic was an ordeal for the woman. Why the hell me need to go to clinic? Me look like me sick, are you pregnant? Go on a clinic and loan me here, man. Give me a break. Give me a break. You want a car? Take the car. You want me to charter a taxi? You have money, we give you money. You have an L card? Yeah, you go on a clinic. Gentlemen, it's more than that. If there's ever time that a woman need you, that is the time. When you go to clinic or go to the doctor or wherever with your expecting mother, your mother is treated differently. She's not treated as if she was pollinated by the wind. She's treated as if she is now making a family that will contribute to the growth and development of whatever nation you are in or at. It's a humbling experience, asked Mr. Wilson. I know both sides of the coin. It's a humbling experience when you can walk with that bag, allow her to hold on to your shoulder, probably rub her legs for her, assist remembering some of the dates. Oh, it was on the 15th of the 6th. Oh, remember that we were supposed to go there, because at that time the brain is carrying so much that they really don't remember a lot of things. All right? That is the time that you want to say that, listen to me, you always talk about a my woman, and my guys from the other Caribbean island. Wonder if you understand my language. Because I'm speaking 3 languages here, you know. I speak a little bit of English, a little bit of Patois, and a little bit of Jamaican. So I know that you might be having problem. So if you're having problem, just say you don't understand and somebody will help you. All right? So if the time attacking prenatal care here, so don't bother think that I'm wasting your time. So I am saying to you that you have to go to these clinics in order to get information as to the proper care of that unborn and of the proper care for the mother, and of course the proper care for the father, because the father needs some care too, you know. Because know that everything is happening over there, so burning at the oven, and you have to start to turn on the oven and turn on the bun and all of them something there. Them time the poor father feel like the Lord Jesus, but what kind of thing this me get myself in? She not even talk to me no more. Me can't touch her. Me can't nothing. What really are going, right? But if you did go to if you did go to the prenatal clinic with her, if you visited the clinic with her, then you would have known that there are some hormonal change that would have been causing her to behave the way that she's behaving. And you have to be a little patient, a little sympathetic, a little caring, and make sure she know that, listen to me. You remember when me did tell her, say, you're my woman? Well, me to tell you that time now, me assure you, I am walking the 9 months with you. I'm going to be at clinic every day. And if I'm late, I will be calling. And when that first ultrasound is done, I am going to be there to collect that envelope and say it is my youth. You know, you see him look just like me. And this boy going to be just like me. But ladies, do not allow the men to say that. And then a couple of years after, the DNA test is saying something else. You would have ruined a woman's child and you would have made a weapon for the real world. Last part on the story. You need to rest your ears. You can't just learn so much something from morning. Rest your ears and let's go. I went to Clarendon for those persons who are from Old Harbour High. I was in Clarendon and I went down to Salt Pond where we have the saltwater intrusion. And the selector was playing up his music. Playing up his music and thing. And I hear the selector say, some boy hype up themselves and them never get daddy come yet. And I am saying that he said it in this way. But some man never get daddy come yet. You know what daddy come mean? Daddy's home. And the baby run to the grill and run and hug you up and understand that this is a journey as a child that I will have to take. My daddy's home. Gentlemen, ladies, we must protect, we must promote, we must secure families. Make sure that you do everything to make the family work. There will be no great nation until we have great families with great family value. I'm talking to a lot of minor in the room, but you will find out as you grow. I'm about 501-year-old, and I will tell the little boys in the room, the girl is thing to work. If you think that you are smart, or you are the teacher for the girls' school, the women are the principals. You can't outsmart a woman. You can't. A woman asks you a question today for an answer that she's going to use next 20 years. So don't do it. Just try and come fair and square, and ladies, try and come fair and square just the same. We move on into pregnancy and birth and the new baby. Now, what are some of the things that, just let me look at my syllabus to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Before we get into what are some of the things, because here, we're not at antenatal care yet. Where we are now, turn your pages for me, and you are going to look at the baby there in the womb. Turn your pages for me, and we are going to look at the baby there in the womb. All right? Remember, while the baby is there in that amniotic fluid, the baby can hear some stuff. All right? The women in the room will tell you that as soon as daddy comes home, the baby will start turning and all of these stuff. Ladies, you can tell me. I don't know. All right? Hey, Zoya, me not in the foolish with you today, you know. Me not in them foolish that we are talking about 5 gift and 5 birthday and then something there. For you make me can't even go back upstairs, you know. Me not depend on something with you, you know, Zoya. Why make you have to talk about the thing and I load up the thing so when you know the things are so hot like COVID time now? Hey, let me tell you something from now. You see, uno woman, I'm cussing off before I look on something. You last like a cussing. Brother, uno want to stay, boy, I want to stay and understand. Because we have to talk the real thing then. You see, uno woman, me no worry like uno. I'm me tell you what make me no worry like uno. Uno must get 5 gift, 5 birthday. And you see when the man birthday come, here no. Him no like them something they make him too macho. Let me tell you something. Me want birthday gift. I love you gift. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for quarrel gift. Every man, all of the men in the room, you need to get a gift that says, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to quarrel. Because if a woman doesn't quarrel, something is wrong with her. All right? So I give you the list of birthday that the men you are supposed to collect these gifts. So you're going to collect your birthday gift. You're going to collect the I love you gift. You are going to collect thanks for giving me the opportunity to quarrel gift. You are going to collect even my funeral gift I want. I say I want my funeral gift before me dead. So if you think so, I'm going to escape and talk about immature and him no want to give. I want all me read before me dead, brother. Let us get to this thing. When you think I joke, you don't think you can trick man no more? I went for lunch, my partner and I realized that a fellow came in and he went into his wallet and he took out his wallet and he bought a girl some lunch and he was sitting on that side of the table and she was sitting here. And he bought the lunch, you know. The boy probably have him one like $100 and him impress the girl that him can go on prenatal clinic. And while the girl sat there and eat, he was talking and so she swallowed him the fam. Hey, hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You see, if me buy that food, me as broke as me be, me now, hey, pride now gonna make me dead for hungry, brother. Hear what? You better give me pizza when me buy. A 2-piece chicken, you eat 1 piece and me eat 1 piece. You think you sit down in front of me and eat and wipe off your mouth and me that so Don't stop me this morning. Don't stop me. I want to teach. Please allow me to teach and you ladies stop drawing me out. Stop drawing me out and let me teach. Please. I want to teach. I want to teach. Gentlemen, if you have your one little money and you buy a patty, broke the patty in a 2. You say, who over there side look and who now look? You're not business about that. You see if she love you, she gonna remember that they the one that broke the party in a 2. And at the moments they are gonna make the family grow. At the moments they are gonna make you can go a clinic together. The moments they are gonna bring back some nice smile. And you want to ensure that that is a part of the whole family thing. We can't talk about reproduction and don't talk about family. After women are not tree where they just pollinate and have seed and then the seed stay there. Fathers, you need to be there. You need to be there. All right, I hear somebody say chatting out the show. So let me move on. Not at all. You're not gonna drop boof on me, drop thing. Not at all, brother. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. You have to make sure the two will drop the same way. So give me half of the party, brother. Give me half of the party. And guess what? You see, because we don't want nobody look on and laugh after we just have to go up one zoo or one seaside or somewhere with a party. And you see, because we want to remember the good time, you see the little piece of party where it's spill out in the bag. We never tear out the bag and I'll lick off the bag like so. Because the moment the important, you know, then those are memories you really want to cherish. All right? Don't bother go to nobody that is any Squidward or go on like say them, oh, prim and proper more than your life is not a real place. Tell me in the chat the parts of this diagram. The diagram says fetus a few weeks before birth. We want to look at that and we want to be able to label the parts of this diagram. All right, so let us go. All right, we soon talk some more about some joke. I'm still laughing in my head at that fella that I saw sit in front of the lady and allow the lady to be eating at him there. Just give me. I can't stomach that boy. I don't know where him come from, so fool. All right, so he's not a gentleman. Don't bother come with that foolishness in the chat, you know. Don't bother come with that foolishness, but he's a chat. But he's a gentleman. He's an idiot. He's not a gentleman. But me, not hungry man, you alone can eat. Man, move from yourself, man. Okay, we're looking at the diagram. This diagram here. This one. All right. So we want to be able to identify the parts of this diagram. I have seen it featured on exams, and we really don't want to get to the exam and we are not able to identify it. So of course, we want to be able to identify the various parts there. And if I am certain, I think that we are supposed to understand the role of each part. So there we have the uterus, we have the umbilical cord, we have the fetus there inside, we have the amnion and the choroid or the chorion, right? Sorry, the villus, placenta, and amniotic fluid. So I want you the placenta, amniotic sac, umbilical cord, amniotic fluid, uterus. But there are some places that you're still leaving out. I want everything to be listed. And as you list them all, I also want the function. All right, so we have the uterus wall, the amnion, the umbilical cord, placenta, villus. I want everything. I want to understand what is happening there. All right, so some might call the amniotic fluid, or some might say amnion. So I want you to put everything there so that when you get to the exam, you know exactly what you're identifying. The uterus you are able to identify the chorion, you're able to identify the amnion, you're able to identify pretty much the amniotic fluid. The amnion, the amniotic fluid. Did I make a mistake earlier? I think I did, between the amniotic fluid and the amnion. All right, so I want you to give me that distinction there between the amniotic fluid and the amnion. I want you to tell me about the chorion. I want you to tell me all of those. So let me see, we have amniotic fluid and we have the amniotic sac. We spoke about the amnion. So I want everything there. Amnion support and protects the embryo. What is the amnion really? What it is? Is it a liquid? Is it a membrane? What it is? Anybody can tell me? What is the amnion? Is it a liquid? Is it a membrane? What it is? Yes, it supports the fetus, but what it is really? Anybody can tell me? All right, just hold on. Hold on. I start cause chaos. It's my fault. Stop for me. Stop for me. Remember that we have to learn in order. If we don't learn in order, then we start forgetting stuff. So let us start looking at the diagram. Just stop typing for me. All I wanted you to do was to just give me the parts thereof. The amnion is a membrane that protects. I want to look at that. I want to look at that. Hold on a bit. Hold on a bit. I want to. All right, just stop typing for me and just follow my lead. If you follow my lead, then you will have stuff to write in your book or jottings, so we can go right along. So here we go. The amnion is a membrane which protects the unborn baby from pressure from outside of the uterus. All right, so let me see. It is a protective membrane. So the amnion. So the amnion is something like the cell membrane. I don't know. You have to tell me. All right. So the amnion, they are saying that it is a protective membrane, while the amniotic fluid is inside the amnion. So the amniotic fluid, is it what it is really? But hold on, don't answer those questions yet. I really want to follow a path in teaching this concept. I want to follow a path. I really don't want to be all over the place teaching this. All right. Amnion is a membrane enclosing fluid protecting fetus from shock and allowing movement. So it's like an envelope. It's like a cell membrane. It's like a cell membrane. So the amnion is pretty much just like you put an elastic band and put a marble inside the elastic band. The amnion is just like this membrane that envelopes the baby. Now, what else I want you to look at? I want you to tell me about the chorion. Are you seeing that in your thing there? Chorion. Tell me, what is the chorion? All right, James is coming in late. So we know what the fetus is already. We did establish that. We know what the uterus already. We did establish that. So you realize what we're doing now, we are really organizing the learning that we don't have to do too much. So what we need to know here, we already know that the amnion is simply a membrane. We want to know what's a chorion now. And once we would have known what's a chorion, then we are going to now talk a little bit. Okay, because because of what you just posted. All right. So just tell me what's a chorion. Chorion, I'm waiting for that. For those persons who are just joining, I am Mr. Wilson from CSEC Biology TCP, and CSEC Biology TCP is pretty much our YouTube channel for our TCP Academy. For those persons who are going to be doing the sciences, for example, should I say biology and HSB come September and beyond, it might be wise for you to sign up for our courses over there. They are really we really have attractive prices over there. All right. So the chorion, yeah, what it is? What? What it is? You might know it. Just Google it if you don't know it. If you don't know it, just Google it. So the chorion is a protective membrane that is around the amnion. Chorion. Chorion. Oh, the diagram that I'm using. All right, I am not in any. I am using this textbook because persons are using this textbook, right? So some advertisement there, and I'm looking at this diagram. All right, great. All right, so we're looking at the chorion. It is a membrane around the amnion. Depending on which page you're using. Oh, this says page 236. I'm using the same text. All right, great. All right, so what it is, I am just listening. There are many books, so don't worry about the book that I am using. In many cases, when you see me using a book, I got it free. Many cases, I am using a book, I got it free. All right, I don't like where this is going. I'm not going to show the book on the page and all of that. That is not important. What is important is for us to look at the baby and its development in the womb. Whatever diagram you can find with that has to do with birth and all of that, do that. We are not going to be going which book and what book. That is not really important now. Whatever book you are using, just use that book. It really doesn't matter. If I say a word that you don't know, up and over to Google and just find out what it means. So the chorion is a membrane around the amniotic sac that protects and nourish the baby. The chorion. The chorion. The chorion. All right, until you find that, I want to find out about the amniotic fluid. What is this amniotic fluid? All right, so we are not so close to the end of reproduction. We still have some journey to go, but I think we are out of the woods as to the hard part of reproduction. We would have looked at the menstrual cycle, which is a giant on the thing. We would have looked at fertilization and implantation, and we would have looked at sexual and asexual reproduction. And we just brushed on the importance and the disadvantage and advantages of both. More can be said on that. Now we're trying to just dive a little deeper into the diagram of a fetus in the uterus. So all that we're looking at is a fetus within the uterus, and we want to know the role of the placenta, the umbilical cord, and the amniotic sac. Those are the three things that CXC is saying that you should know. So when you know this, you should be able to say the function, the role of the placenta. What is it that the placenta does? What is it that the umbilical cord, what it does? And of course, the amniotic sac, you want to know what that does as well. So those are some of the things that the syllabus is featuring, and you want to ensure that you get that out of the way. Please put some pep in the step, because I think this is like simple thing. You're pulling things from the textbook. So the chorion is the outer membrane that surrounds the amnion. All right, very good. All right, so good. So let us look at the function of these parts. Tell me about the placenta. What is the role of the placenta? Great, you have been doing well. What's the role of the placenta? What's the role of the placenta? Remember, if you like what we do here, please be reminded to like, share, and of course, subscribe. Call your friends from school. Don't be selfish. CXC has a one for everyone. I could be selfish and not be here with you. I have other things I could do, right? But I'm here with you, so you want to call on other persons to enjoy what you are enjoying. So placenta allows the exchange of materials such as water, uh, water, central minerals, are essential minerals, I think you wanted to say, are like glucose, amino acid between the mother and fetus. Now, is there any waste that is being moved? Placenta has a large surface area. Yes, those finger-like projection that exchange substances between mother and baby also secrete progesterone, which maintain the thickness of the uterus lining. It provides nutrients for mother and from mother to child, carries waste from child to mother. Those are some of the things you don't really want to just talk about one side. You want to really address both sides of the coin. All right, so pretty much that is somewhat the role of the placenta. All right, and remember that it has some villus or villi that pretty much increase the surface area. And of course, this is important here. Uh, if you're looking at the textbook, just look at the table there that says placenta. Placenta contains villi formed from fetus and mother, and it acts as a barrier for blood and bacteria. So it's very important that you realize that the placenta serves this function to, of course, ensure that the mother's blood doesn't mix with the blood of the baby and there is no, or if any, little transfer of bacteria from mom to baby. You want to pay attention to that. Now, the other thing that we want to look at, we want to look now at the umbilical cord. What is the function of the umbilical cord? What's the function of the umbilical cord? So we just looked at the placenta. We just looked at the placenta. So now we want to look at the umbilical cord. So the umbilical cord is that cord that is attached to the navel. All right, so the umbilical cord transport nutrient from placenta to the embryo or fetus, provides, all right, the umbilical cord carries nutrient in the vein and waste in the artery. Oh my. This is something, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that. That is something for us to look at. I want you to look at this thing here that is said by a Johnny, the umbilical cord and how it operates. I don't want you to just say that it carries nutrients. I want you to tell me what it carries, what is carried in what. So I'm very happy you did that. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And that is why I like student-centered learning, because everybody is saying something different and we tend to remember or learn or expand the knowledge rather than Mr. Wilson telling you everything and the only thing you know is what Mr. Wilson knows. But when we hear from all the students, all over 1,000 students here, then it makes a world of a difference. All right, so I'm seeing a lot of things. Adam, nothing is sticking because you have that mindset that nothing is sticking. Adam, nothing is sticking because you need to write it down. And we have been pausing a couple of times, running all these jokes and all of those stuff. It's one of those things that we do in teaching to slow down the class for persons who are very slow. So while we distract the students who are faster with all the antics that we're doing, we expect those students who are slower to catch up. Write a little notes, write a little that, write a little that. So all I was here laughing away, it was not for the persons who are slow. It was supposed to make space for them to catch up. Understand those things. All right? I couldn't tell you that you should write because I'm going to give these students some joke. It wouldn't be any joke anymore. It's one of those things. All right. All right. So it contains the villus, formed from fetus and mother, act as a barrier for blood and bacteria. Okay, that's at the placenta. But now we're talking about the umbilical cord, and the umbilical vein carries dissolved food, while the uh, food and oxygen to the embryo. But look here, I want you to tell me not just about the vein. I want to hear everything there about the umbilical cord. I think that we're very limited in what we're saying about the umbilical cord. And if we were supposed to go to the exam with this type of a mindset and the whole idea of the umbilical cord, then we might not have it all locked. Because the syllabus is depending on student to be student-centered, where you are doing more reading than the teacher will just trickle out to you. So it carries nutrients in the vein, and of course waste in the artery. So the artery is carrying waste that is sort of not the same thing as it were for you and I. The arteries are carrying the waste, and the vein is of course carrying the nutrient. Thank you very much. We are going to move on. The next thing we're supposed to look at is the amniotic sac, and I think we did that where we said that it was an envelope. All right, we're supposed to describe the birth process. Oh, wow. Do I remember all that? All right, so I'm going to ask you could just skip your pages, and if you're using the book I'm using, I check page 238, and on page 238, you should have some information as to the birth process. All right, so that is going to be that you are supposed to be able to describe the birth process. That is what the syllabus is saying. So I want you to go there and about the birth process, while I am going to be punching in some stuff that you are not expecting to come your way, but they are going to come your way despite you're not expecting them. So I want you to outline for me the birth process, and what you're going to do in doing it. You're going to say, well, step one, this is what happens. Step two, this is what happens. Step three, this is what happens, and so on and so forth. And then I'll get to push something in at this point that I'm sure that you will remember. All right, so you're going to tell me about the birth process. And while my students prepare themselves to tell me about the birth process, we want to remind ourselves to like, share, and subscribe if you like what we do here. We want to also remind you that we have adequate past paper, we think, for the multiple choice. I think we have about 5 or 6 years worth of past paper. Make sure that you are practicing those past paper questions. We are almost certain that some of those questions will be repeated, but of course, there are going to be new questions on the paper. Might I also remind us that you are going to be tested on the entire syllabus for paper one. So for paper one, you will be tested on the entire syllabus. So for those of us who would have missed out on some stuff, going into paper one, you probably want to do some reading on the topics that we did not cover when we were preparing for paper two. I also want to remind us that if you like, again, what we do, please be reminded to subscribe. And when you subscribe, you are going to click that notification bell and select all so that you can be advised as soon as new content become available. Now, that's the best way we can help you. We can't just go around and call everybody to come to class. But if you, of course, play your part, you will be here and be here on time and ready for the sessions. All right, so we are looking now at the birth process, and we have, might I say, 811 persons online. If you have not yet subscribed, we invite you to subscribe, as our data from YouTube is telling us that 811 persons are now watching the show. And if you like what we do, I think you like what we do, that's why you are watching. So we invite you on over to subscribe to the channel, and of course to tell somebody about the channel. Share the link in your chat, WhatsApp chat, so that we will grow and continue to produce great videos for you and those who will come after. All right, so we are looking now at the birth process. And I did say example of what I wanted. I wanted you to say 1. This is stage 1 of the birth process. What happens? All right. As to the persons who are worrying, could you just keep that down a little bit? I will treat with that at the end of reproduction. I really don't want to be distracting from what we are doing now. The truth is, to be worried is normal. Some person will worry more than some. To feel like you're empty is normal. There are some days when I'm going to have a show where I feel like I don't know the content or I can't remember the content. And once I start talking, I will talk for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours talking the entire syllabus. Anybody will tell you about Mr. Wilson. I'll just sit and just start talking the syllabus and I know what is where and what. All right, great. So the birth process has 3 stages. I like numbers. The birth process has 3 stages. Stage 1 is when the mother begins to have contraction and the cervix become widened. Remember when we were talking about the parts of the female reproductive system? Remember when we looked at the cervix? So this is now where you should be able to visualize what is happening with the reproductive tract. Then we look here at stage 1 at contraction of muscles of the uterus. Yeah, the uterus, we're going to have some contraction. Oxytocin, that is a hormone. Oxytocin is a hormone produced, and that is what I wanted to talk about. Oxytocin is, of course, produced. Did something move? And in stage 2, increased contraction of the uterus muscle to push. Stage 3, baby is expelled. Just give me a second. I'll read a couple of more. All right. So stage 2 is when the uterus wall begins to strengthen and the mother will need to push out the baby. All right, Heinz, stage 1, contraction starts. The hormone oxytocin starts this process. The contraction causes the amnion to break. Contraction causes the amnion to break, and the amniotic fluid pass out. Now, in stage 2, contraction of the uterus muscle pushes, and I'm waiting for the other part because you're sounding really wonderful here. Now, labor begins, and don't come to me with those high-flown stuff only about labor begins because we don't even know what is labor. All right, so labor begins with contraction. 2, delivery, baby head. This is way too condensed. Hoshi, this is way too condensed. We want it to look more like that, which Heinz has, because I need to develop on what is said, and I'm not going to be developing on any skeleton because it means that I would have been promoting lazy students, and I don't do that as a teacher. All right? You have to find some things that I can help you with. If you have nothing at all, then I put you over that corner and I give you some picture and some crayon, and I assist you in finding it that way. But you are so far, so I can't give you any crayon. Stage 1, the shortening sorry, is it shortening or strengthening? Opening of the cervix. And stage 2, I don't like this either. So I am waiting. You cannot, you should not tell me about the stages of giving birth. And in that, more so with females in the room that would have given birth, you have to make mention of oxytocin. You have to make mention of rupture of the amniotic sac. When you talk about the water break, you have to make mention of all these stuff. Please do not give me any lazy work. Don't do that. If you don't give me content that I can build on for you, you're going to leave here with not much. So give me good stuff, stuff that makes sense to you. You must capture oxytocin. And the point of oxytocin, and I wait for the more specific stuff like Heinz did. I like what Heinz was doing. Is it Lacine Heinz? I think I like that. Really, I really like that. I'm looking for something like that. All right, great. So we spoke about feedback mechanism. We say that in the negative feedback mechanism that we spoke about last night, the body is pretty much returning a condition to normal. However, there is another. There is another that we refer to as positive feedback mechanism. Now, there is one example in your textbook, and this is the example where oxytocin is produced. Now, the oxytocin, most persons call oxytocin the birth hormone. And what the birth hormone does is to stimulate that contraction of the uterus walls in order to expel the baby and in order to assist with the rupturing as well of the amniotic sac, as much as I remember. So what we want to do is to ensure that we're doing some reading there. I gave you some pages as to where you can find this information, and I'm expecting you to give me something like that that we can work with. Guys, it is your education. Don't play with it. Don't try to test whether I know or don't know if that is what you want to do. This is not the time for that. This is the time for you to show me what you know. All right, Ush. All right, step one, contraction of the muscles of the uterus starts. You know, when I'm seeing this being repeated, I have to go to the book because when we go to the book now, when we go to these workshops, we have to say what is missing, what students are not understanding. So let me see if the book is the problem. So it is in the book. So the book is not at fault. You are at fault. So the birth process, you are going to make it be as clear as daylight today. You're not going to leave here and we don't understand. We are men, we have never given birth, and we want to understand what is happening with the woman. So, ladies, you are going to tell us what is happening. All right? The muscular walls of the uterus contract, and the contraction steadily increases in strength. The muscles surrounding the baby ruptures the amniotic fluid. What about the oxytocin in step one? What about the oxytocin? What about oxytocin? So the contraction begins due to the release of oxytocin, causing the amnion to break, release amniotic fluid. So when the amnion, when the amnion breaks, what happens is that that is a point when they say that your water would have broken. And for those persons who have given birth, you would understand that there was a day while you were pregnant that what happened is that you just felt as if you pee up yourself. You felt like you wanted to pass a urine, and then all you know is that your legs are all wet, and you're wondering, oh, what is happening? Now, if you're a first timer, you really don't know, and you might say, whoa, something is wrong. I need to go and see the doctor. You really don't even know what this breaking of water is because you were thinking that it would have been a gush, like shh, like from the shower, water that would have come out after the sac would have been broken. But it's not like that. All right. So let me just continue back up top. I see that you are now putting in some work, so you are shortchanging me. Don't do that to me. You know you shouldn't do that to me. I don't like that. All right. I don't want you to shortchange me. I'm not shortchanging you, so don't shortchange me. All right. Great. So let me look here. I was seeing a nice one. I don't even remember who I was seeing with it, but I was reading something nice here. Okay, it could have been Thompson. All right. So our contraction begins due to the release of that. Yes, fluid. And then in stage two, contraction increases, causing the cervix to be dilated. And that's the word that they're going to use when you are giving birth. What it means when something dilates, it becomes bigger. All right. Dilate, so the space becomes wider, making that room available for the baby head to come through. So in stage one, we have the oxytocin that starts that rhythmic contraction, right? In stage two, we have that cervix now start to opening, getting. And they said that she's about 5 centimeter, 5 whatever dilated. That is what I hear when I go up to UC. All right, so let me see. Thompson was coming on very nice here. Increasing this, what it says here, contraction increases, causing the cervix to be dilated and the vagina as well. Remember, the vagina is not the part on the outside; it's the passageway there. All right. So it's not. It's not. It doesn't mean that it's going to on the outside blow up and look like a balloon. No, it's the passageway. All right. Great. Thompson, you did well there. What happens in stage 3, though, Thompson? All right. So you can follow Thompson's lead. Kimberly Thompson. Stage 3, the baby is expelled. The umbilical cord is cut to form the navel. It is cut and clinched to form the navel, and the placenta is removed from the mother. You see, what I want you to do is to now look at Kimberly Thompson's 1 and 2 and 3 and make sure that your explanation is pretty much like that. Remember, I tell you, sequence is very, very important in learning and teaching. And that is why I say, wait until I ask for this, wait until I ask for that, wait until I ask for that, and you give me them. If you give me them before and all over the place, we are going to have a chaotic situation here, which I can't really work in. Now, outline the importance of prenatal care. We spoke a little about that when I was giving all those jokes. Prenatal is pretty much before, and you have postnatal care as well. So with prenatal care, I'm trying to make sure that's postnatal, prenatal. So prenatal is before the baby born. So let me tell you what they want us to do. The importance of it's the same prenatal clinic they call antenatal clinic, and we are supposed to know about antenatal and postnatal are including advantages of breastfeeding. All right. So in your that's on page 239. You are supposed to now tell me one. Let us go down the road now. You are going to go with me. First of all, I want you to tell me what is the importance of breastfeeding. All right, great. So we have passed that now. We're moving on. What is the importance of breastfeeding? All right, so remember, let me tell you the numbers that we're having now. So remember that we have all the information from YouTube. We know exactly what is happening. So we have 847 persons, and not everybody is online, but we are going to invite persons to just come online. And if you like what we do, ensure that you subscribe. We know that you are there and we know where you are. All right. The software is that powerful. I know you didn't know. I shouldn't be telling you all of these stuff. Then you get scared. All right. All right, sir. Would you give, sir, would giving birth be classified as peristalsis? I have never heard this movement, this question, but I know that peristalsis is this contraction of the circular muscle. Now, to be honest with you, peristalsis is usually something from my learning that moves from the back of the buccal cavity down to the anus. Now, I don't know if it's a term that we can use with giving birth. I really don't know. I am not going to stay here and act as if I'm the keeper of knowledge. I'd have to go and do my own research on that. I don't know. I'm very sorry. All right. Let me go here. Breastfeeding. Look who do we have here. Hello. Peekaboo. 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 All right, so that's how he says morning. All right, so He tells us morning by doing peekaboo. All right, great. So he's telling you morning now. Peekaboo. All right, great. So now we are looking at. All right, so that is a nice one, that immunity from the baby. What type of immunity it is, though? It's a nice place to tie in immunity. I think I like that. I think I like that. All right, so the first milk from the mother is called colostrum. The first milk there from the mother, it is called colostrum. And this milk has, as persons would say here, it has values of pretty much protecting the baby, some amount of immunity. And what we need to know about this, as it were, for breast milk and immunity, is that babies are not producing antibodies. So because they are not producing antibodies, they rely on the breast milk to protect them. So when we deprive the baby of breast milk because you're saying you don't want your breast to be long, yeah, I hear it all the time. Um, you are pretty much hurting yourself. And let me tell you how you're hurting yourself. The baby, the baby, breastfeeding creates a stronger bond between mother and baby. Yeah, that is true. I'll soon come back to this. I'll slide up, but I'm teaching this from a practical point of view. The baby will naturally immunize himself or herself. You have ever observed that babies only eat off the ground? So if you give them their food, they put it on the ground and then put it in their mouth, they're immunizing themselves. In some cases, they get sick and overcome naturally. In some cases, they have to go to the doctor. So nature is designed for that. However, while they become sick by immunizing and getting used to their environment, the breast milk is offering protection. Now, if you move the baby from the breast milk too early, it means that you are going to spend more time going to the clinic, carrying in the baby because the baby is sick, more stress on the healthcare system, more days from work, and more stress for you because the baby is having a fever, or yours is swell up, or the rash over yours up, when you created it on yourself because you did not breastfeed the baby. Now, the values, the social value, the social bond between mother and child is more than you can imagine, right? And this is where, let me just add this because this is not in the textbook yet. You see, if you can control that mind space of the child by this breastfeeding, you can control the mind space. Yes, no, don't do this, don't do that. You won't have to lick them down and chop them up and tell them what they must go suck from them, what they must not suck. Right? You won't have to tell them which day to do this and which day to do that. You would have created that bond where a conversation is a natural part of your family setting. So, really, I'm going to say to you, mothers to be, breastfeeding is really, really important. Yes, it's going to hurt your pocket. It's going to, you might lose your job as well. So keep that breast in the baby mouth for the length of time that it should. Sir, peristalsis occur in digestion, the movement of, yeah, I know that. We were saying that, but I was saying that I don't know if it is associated or if it can be associated with that area. You know, I understand the contraction stuff, and pretty much it's a nice analogy, it's a nice piece of stuff for us to draw back on. To give the baby all the nutrients it needs and strengthen baby's immune system. So once you talk about that, you want to know that it strengthens the baby immune system. That's very, very good. Breastfeeding protects bonding, promotes bonding between mother and child. Yes, breastfeeding nourishes the baby and provide natural, innate, acquired immunity. Cats at work there. And we're looking now at gray. The breast milk contain antibodies that will give the baby natural, passive, natural we're having some problem here. We're having some immunity problem here. What type of immunity? What type of immunity is acquired from breastfeeding? Is it innate? No, I don't want anything. I don't want anything. Nice boy. All right. So yes, what type of immunity? We have to go back to that now because I'm seeing that we're still having immunity issues here. So some persons are saying natural innate, some persons are saying natural passive, which means to me you have not watched my video on that. So tell you what, give me 1 second. Anna, just give me a second. All right, hold on. No, it's all right. You can stay. All right, just give me a second. I know how to teach you guys. Knowledge gained from compulsion will always stay with us. Just give me a second. I'm coming right back to you. So you see this breastfeeding stuff now? Put us in a whole new ball game of trouble because you don't know types of immunity despite I would have taught you. All right, so give me 1 second. I have been talking from about 6 o'clock this morning. So I am going to make available a video for you to watch now on immunity, and then you are going to come right back here and we will continue with antenatal, postnatal care. We are going to complete reproduction today. I'm going to be here with you. Thanks to my family for giving me the time. Thanks to my workplace. What the hell is this? All right, great. No, don't play that. No. All right, so Winbet, we are going to flag your ads and we are going to send it to YouTube as unwanted commercial content, spam. This is a education setting and we don't do those type of stuff, all right? And we're also going to remove you from the chat. So YouTube will know, right, this is what you do. You move around and harass people. All right, great. So I did send you a link just now. I'm gambling stuff. I sent you a link just now for immunity. I want you to watch that. Click on it, go and watch the video, and come back. When you come back, after you come back, I want you to do something for me. Just grab something from the fridge and come. And when on your return, we are on postnatal care. Then we are going to be looking at, we're going to explain how birth control, we're going to get into birth control. Once we are in birth control, we are in the nice part, almost soon finish. And then after birth control, we are going to look at STIs. Those are very, very important. Importance of family planning and use table and chart. Oh, use table, chart, and diagram to represent data. We have been using graphs and tables. For those persons who have been with us, you know exactly what we're going to be doing. So just go and watch that. And while you have it play, turn it up a little loud that you can use the time wisely, and just grab something out of the fridge, get a cup of tea from the microwave, and then we come back and continue. It is Marathon with Mr. Wilson live from CSEC Biology TCP from the TCP Academy. We remind you to like, share, and subscribe if you like what we do here. Put the link in your WhatsApp status so that other persons can join. All right? All right, great. So I am just going to step away for a little while, but I'm not gone, right? I'm here, I'm not gone. All right, so go watch that video and come back. And when you come back, you are going to be treated with you would have been treated with the types of immunity, and you will never ever forget. This is just one of the video on my channel that can help you. All right, we have done a lot. We have done a whole lot to assist you. Don't want to make mistake with the type of immunity. No, 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 no. Persons are telling me about immunity with breastfeeding and they don't know what it is. No, you have to hold him. You have to lift him up and you can see. It's just like too small. Let me just play this video while we all get ready. So I'll be back in a bit. Just give me a second as we prepare to take on the other round. So now we are watching that video on immunity, and thereafter we should understand clearly the different types of immunity. I would have sent the link in the chat, so you can just click on that link. It will take you to the video, and you look at the different types of immunity, and the examples are also there. Oh, not even know where those places are.
types of immunity: active and passive. Let's look at the animation for active immunity. Active immunity occurs when an individual is exposed to a disease which causes the immune system to produce antibodies specific to that disease. It is important to note here that the individual would have been exposed to the disease, as that immunity is of course being developed as a result of action within that person or organism. So here we have a fellow being introduced to the ranch, and with him he brought pathogen, and you'll see the pathogen populate in the screen in red. And as the pathogen enters the environment, you're seeing that the lady is developing some antibodies that are, of course, going to be guarding her against this particular pathogen. So, of course, she will not become ill as a result of her using her defense from within. So here she is exposed to the disease, and as such, she would have developed some resistance.
Did we give up too easy? I don't know. Look at this little guy. It's my boy Luca. On this something cool? We just walked like a quarter of a mile together. But what also was cool is 6 weeks ago the dude couldn't walk. This little guy tried over and over, kept falling on his butt. But guess what? Because he's a kid, because he hasn't been told no enough, he just kept trying until he figured out how to walk. What have you given up on too soon? What did you try?
With passive immunity, what happens is that the antibodies are, of course, given to the individual rather than them producing it through their own immune system. So in the passive, you are seeing that it is given to the person, while in the active, it is the person who's actually making the antibody. So in passive, the antibody is made elsewhere and given to the individual, however, in active, it is of course made within the individual. And we're going to continue to reinforce that throughout this video. Here we have examples of passive. Vaccine there, we're seeing, and of course, a mother with the fetus, and we're seeing a mother breastfeeding. Now, immunity could also be considered as natural or artificial. With natural immunity, it is organic. Natural innate active immunity. This is where we start now to think about the exams. Now, these words are all words that they carry specific meaning and, of course, direct you to the particular immunity. So, naturally, it is organic. It has no influence of man. Now, this type of immunity is an immunity that you are born with. How do we know you were born with this immunity? It is innate. That suggests that you were born with this type of immunity. Now, where do we get the antibodies from? Active here tells us that you are making the antibodies. So whenever we see active, it means that the antibodies to safeguard you against that particular pathogen is made within the individual and not with external assistance. Then there's also natural innate passive immunity. And let's decode. Natural is organic, it has no human interference. Innate, meaning that it is made within an organism. And of course, passive here, meaning that it is given. It's something that is given, it is passed from one person to another. When passive, we talk about passive, you are given the antibody rather than you making the antibody. So here, the offspring gets the immunity from the antibodies that are, of course, produced by mom that crosses the placenta to the fetus. So the antibodies are not made in the baby. The antibodies are actually made in the mother, and of course, passes the also acquire some amount of immunity from the breast milk. So passive here suggests that you were given the antibody. It's not that it was made within you. So the baby was given the antibody. It's not the case that the baby is able to make the antibody for itself. Now, innate, of course, when the baby is born, or it is made within. Innate, so the baby is born that with a short-lived immunity, and it is, of course, innate speaks to being within the individual. Why is this lung still running? It seems so happy. Of course, you would have acquired acquired active immunity. What does that mean? Acquired, the immunity that develops after birth. So immunity, we were supposed to compare, we compare acquired to innate. So if it's from birth, then it's innate. If it's acquired, then it's after birth. If we were supposed to compare natural, we compare the
Are we ready again?
If we were supposed to compare active, it would have been compared with passive. So this type of immunity is one that develops as
So what it is?
result of exposure to the disease. Examples, smallpox and tuberculosis are examples. Now,
So, but you need to tell me what type of immunity it is.
And
that's what we're reading on.
The disease over time, you would have gotten some immunity. So there's a great possibility here that you is now told.
And it's all in the video there.
No longer suffering from the disease, he's immune to the disease because his body would now be making the antibodies to fight off the particular disease. Who would be happy? Woo-hoo! That's what most persons would be saying. No.
So what type of immunity it is?
Is one that is, of course, introduced or has direct human influence. So whenever we go from vaccine, that is a
Natural passive.
Artificial. No, it could be artificial acquired active immunity. And let's break this down. Artificial meaning that it has some human influence. Acquired, meaning that it was, of course, developed after birth. So you were not born with it, it is, of course, acquired. And then
what does that mean?
Even though it was given to you by human,
we didn't watch that video?
Your body, that the antibodies are going to be made.
Here's the link.
With this type of immunity, artificial acquired active immunity that develops as a result of individuals being given a written form of the disease. And the disease here is written by eating, or we could use formalin, or we could re-inject several times, and of course, using the pathogen to a manageable form that can be injected in someone. Usually, it is administered through vaccine. For example, we have seen that for tuberculosis, polio, and BCG that we would have received in the early years of our life. It's very important for you to pay attention and look at the photographs that we're using in the pictures, as they are giving you prime examples of each of the type of immunity. Now, artificial passive acquired immunity. Artificial here, human influence. Passive meaning that the person was exposed to the antibodies and not to the disease. So here the person would have been given the antibodies because it's passive, and acquired, meaning that this resistance, this immunity actually developed after birth. So we have both on the screen. And we continue to emphasize that when you get to the exam, you can break down this long name. Artificial passive acquired immunity. What does it mean? And if you were supposed to see passive acquired immunity, what does it mean? And if you were supposed to see passive immunity, what should we understand from this? So here we have broken it all down. We have given it a meaning for all the words in the name. So you should be able to map this nicely when you get to the exam. Now you are seeing this, and this one is synonymous with bites from snake. So it is acquired through the introduction of antibodies directly into the individual affected by the disease. And usually you would have seen my first video on serum and plasma. Here we have what is called anti-serum, which is used to treat this type of problem. It is fast acting, but last for a short time. And this
All right, so I'm waiting on everybody to come back. I think we should have
tetanus,
completed this
type
video
of a
now.
vaccine is administered so that there is quick response and the person could, of course, recover quickly. If you look at this young man, he was bitten by a snake, probably, and of course, he's been injected probably with, of course, antisyrup.
All right, so we are back, and you don't want to shortchange it. So it is natural because it is organic, God made. Then we know that it is innate because it was made in mom. And then we know that it is passive because it moves from mother to offspring or from one in person to another. Now, that was breastfeeding that we were looking at. Now, what we want to do, we want to continue our exploit into the prenatal and postnatal care as is outlined here by the syllabus. So we are supposed to, where are we? Importance of antenatal and postnatal care include advantages of breastfeeding. So we did advantages of breastfeeding. Now I want you to tell me the importance of antenatal clinic or prenatal clinic. You are going to type that in the chat for me. That's the only one you're going to be looking at now. Advantages or importance of antenatal clinics. Why do we need to go to these clinics? You're watching CSEC Biology TCP. I am Mr. Wilson from TCP Academy. That is our online paid platform for biology and human and social biology. There you'll find a lot of labs for CXC. You'll find the skills for CXC. You'll find past papers answered, both multiple choice, paper 2, and we continue to put new products there that will meet your specific needs. All right, great. So we're now looking at the importance of we are now looking at the importance of antenatal care. All right, so while we prepare that script to put on screen, we want to remind us for those persons who are watching online who have not yet subscribed, like, or share the channel, we do invite you to do so. I'll tell you the number of persons that are watching who would love to be a part of the family, and we're inviting you over to, of course, continue the conversation around human and social biology, as it were, human and social biology for the exam tomorrow that is slated to begin at 1 p.m. It is advised that students get to the exam early. We do think that CXC is going to be treating you favorably. And what we're doing today is to look at the 6 broad topics that CXC would have sent. Last night, we were able to cover 3 of the topics. This morning, it's taken us quite a little bit to cover reproduction, but I think we have made headways with persons understand clearly the concept of a menstrual cycle, implementation, fertilization, and of course, various hormones and their function. We continue to look at the birth process where persons were able to outline what actually happens during the birth process, what it's meant when we say that the water has broken, what does that mean, and what phase of a birth process that is. We also came upon the new word oxytocin, and we were able to nicely map that into that which we refer to as the positive feedback mechanism. We have also looked at the uh, importance of breastfeeding, and now we're looking at the importance of antenatal care, or one might say prenatal care. And this is the part when you're pregnant, why is it important to go to the hospital? So that the mother can be checked up on how well she is processing in the pregnancy. And if there is any issues with the pregnancy, she can be properly taken care of. So the earlier you go there, the better it is for you. Antenatal clinic provides complete counseling and medical care until the last day of pregnancy. Great. So there's a lot of things that you think that you know that you really don't know with the changes with atmospheric condition, changes with laws and all of that. You really don't know. When you go to these clinics, the medical professionals can help you. Now, I will just pause one bit. You know that I'm a teacher with a lot of story. So I'm just going to be asking you this question. I'm going to be showing this scenario to you. A woman has been tested positively for HIV. She got pregnant for a man who did not have HIV. Will this man have HIV now because of that encounter? I'm going to come back to this, but I have to show you all the scenarios so you understand the importance when we talk about the importance. The person who is asking that question, you are just joining. Coordination and control is not on the exam. We're looking at the 6 topics on the exam. And just to remind us, for those persons who are joining late, it would be wise for you to use the syllabus in your preparation. You are supposed to do the entire section A of a syllabus that speaks to living organism and the environment. From life processes, which is section B, there are 7 topics there. You are expected only to do 3. The 3 topics are the skeletal system, excretion and homeostasis, and reproduction. For section C, you are going to be doing heredity and variation, and then you are going to skip to section E to comprehensively cover it with just a little touch on those diseases that are associated with our environmental ill. So then we are going to be touching section D, but a little. Those are the topics to be covered. We are not covering any topic that is not on the exam for tomorrow. We're not doing that. We don't have that time right now. All right, great. So the answer is yes for everyone. But if you were going to prenatal clinic, you would have realized that your answer yes is wrong. Your answer yes is wrong. Not because the person has HIV. It means that once somebody else has unprotected sex with this person, the person is going to catch it. It is going to be all dependent on the viral load. All right? So I'm just showing you some things here. That person's, oh, I am having gonorrhea, I'm having this, I'm having that. I really can't take the stress at the clinic. Take the stress at the clinic so that you can protect the baby. Let's move on with the lesson. Antenatal clinic provides guidance and health care treatment to the expected mother in order for her to deliver a healthy baby with a safe delivery. Very good. It provides advice needed throughout pregnancy for the mother, along with checkup of a fetus growth. You'll know about the ultrasound. Now, while you are pregnant, there are some persons who will have conditions that could lead to spontaneous abortion. You might have cervical incontinence. I'm sorry, I can't call that word. Cervical incontinence or cervical incompetence, where what happens each time you get pregnant, you're having spontaneous abortion. It doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't have to be like that. If you are going to a clinic and a reputable clinic with a reputable doctor, then probably you could have been advised about pretty much getting a cerclage in, where they're going to stitch up that cervix so that you avoid the spontaneous abortion, right? So there are some persons out there when you get pregnant with spontaneous abortion, and I did explain why that happens, but you can go around that in some cases by putting inner cerclage. And if you were going to the doctor, if you were doing your x-ray, if you did that ultrasound, they would have detected that, listen to me, the cervix is too wide at this stage of pregnancy. Something is happening. Let's stitch up that cervix so that you can be a successful mother. So there I'm giving you examples of reasons for you to go to these clinics that is supporting these pointers that my students are providing. Let's continue. For advice needed throughout pregnancy for the mother along with checks on the fetal growth. That is very good. And then prenatal care is to ensure the fetus growth and development normally. So in essence, what is happening here at this particular clinic is that they are checking on the health of the unborn, and they are also checking on the health of the mother, and they are also in some cases, depending on where you're going, they are also allowing daddy to understand his role and to also understand the role that he has to play as soon as these hormones starting to beat mom bad. You ever hear that? There's some song, I don't remember who sang, where beat them bad. All right, so as soon as the hormones start to beat mom bad, she's leaving the toilet and not flushing it and all of that. Daddy, don't get upset. You keep leaving the toilet and you're not flushing it. What's wrong with you? Now, when you're pregnant, you should be all hygiene salve. And look what is happening. The memory is not working. So you are going to assist her rather than starting a fight in the house. Now, if you went to the clinic with mom, you would have known that these are some of the things that are likely to happen. And then we would have less quarrel in the house, less stress in the house. Mommy would be happy, and you also would be happy too. So fathers, do not miss that opportunity to go to the clinic. Tell me about postnatal care now. So we did prenatal care. This is before the baby is born. Tell me now in the chat about postnatal care. We're looking at the importance of postnatal care. As my students prepare the content for postnatal care, we're trying as much as possible to use a concept of discovery learning, where the learners are asked to find that information. And because they're not able to talk as such, I tend to expound on what they are saying. But it's this new, should I say new? This is a driving or the emerging concept of education. It's a way to drive the future. So we have to be doing that now rather than coming and giving you all the notes. The students have to find that information, bring it here. We verify if this information is credible or they are shortchanging themselves, and we make the changes as we go along. So for those persons who are in the room and you're expecting Mr. Wilson to be telling you, I am just a support. I'm a part of a team. You would have seen earlier that students were teaching each other when we were going through the menstrual cycle. All that I did was to give you the pointers. Give me this. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. How do they work together now? Okay, what should we understand from this? Okay, for the learner who is not so fast, how do we take care of the learner? So it's pretty much a change in dynasty in education. All right. I have been asked by persons above me, how the heck can you use YouTube to teach? And I said to them, ask the students that I teach. I don't know if that was a good answer. That's the only thing I could have said. Ask the students who I teach. And they'll tell you if I can use YouTube to teach. All right? All right, so let us see what's happening here now. Wait. She can take pill to protect the individual from getting it. Here I think, okay, a lot of things is happening here. So things are changing. All right. Would someone please send the topic that are coming on the exam? This person is joining for the first time. And I'm so unfortunate. You will get the topics. But what I could do for you, or what I'm going to do for you, that we don't stop the lesson, I am going to pause. I'm going to go to my channel. I'm going to get the link for the broad topics. I'm going to give you the video and you can watch it for yourself. All right, so we're going to do that. The students are busy doing research now, and they don't want to stop. I can tell you that. So I'm going to give you the link for the broad topic. I can talk away because that's what I do. All right, so this came out on May 28th. I'm going to post it in the chat. It is just the broad topic for those persons who don't know what will be on the exam. All right, so there I sent you the link, and that is data directly from CSEC. So let's see what's happening here now. All right, to ensure that the mother's health and baby development is taken care of, here postnatal care is essential to ensure that baby grows and develop healthy, and that the mother remains both physically and emotionally healthy. Bear that in mind. All right. Postnatal care involves the treatment and guidance given to the parents of a baby so as to protect and nurture the baby. All right, good. All right, I'm going to break away from this a little bit. You see? I'm going to break away from this a little bit. All right, great. All right, sorry there. I have to make sure I protect the room. So each time we have spams like these, we have to report them to YouTube. All right, so I want to break away. I see all the fancy stuff that you have said about prenatal and postnatal care. But I want you to give me some examples of what would be done in prenatal care. I'm going to be asking those persons who would have had children, would have gone to the clinic, what is it that is said? What is it that is expected to be done? Just walk us through that. And after we would have done that, then the next thing we are going to do, we are going to look at what are some of the things that are done, some of the things that are said in postnatal clinic. So we are going to do that, and then we are going to wrap this section, and then we are going to be moving now into, we are going to move now to explain birth control and methods of preventing pregnancy. All right, so we are doing well so far, and I think a lot of persons will like that section. All right. So what are some of the things that are done when we go to those prenatal clinic? And what are some of the things that are done when we go to the postnatal? I don't want any vague thing about checkup of mother's health and baby health. What does that mean? Give us something a little more tangible, something that we can hold on. Something that we know that if we went to the clinic and this is not done, then prenatal, they will tell you that you are supposed to eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, and you are supposed to avoid alcoholic beverages. That is what the exam paper is going to ask you. These vague general stuff won't help us for the exam. All right, postnatal care is specialized. Let me get that. Specialized care for mother. All right. All right, good. So Lewards, I like this. So you are going to do blood pressure checks. Which of the clinic is this? Is this a postnatal, prenatal? So some of the checks that are done here include blood pressure check, urine check, weight check, gestational height of the baby. We will also be checked for fetal heat. Check for fetal. What's fetal heat? Fetal heat are the rate of the heart rate of the fetus. Okay, I think that is what you're saying. All right. Prenatal care. In the prenatal care, you are going to do ultrasound for the young persons who are coming up. You are going to do your ultrasound. You are going to check your body weight to see how fast you are putting on weight. You are going to check to see if you have diabetes. So go right. Your blood pressure will check for hypertension. All these are some checks. So let me go through and then we are just going to summarize some of the expected check for prenatal care. The baby is measured. Yes. So the baby is measured on each visit. This could be postnatal. Yes, this could be postnatal. So let us just backtrack a little bit for the prenatal. So prenatal is before you have the baby. So they are going to check the baby's heart rate in prenatal clinic. Go daddy. They are going to check the mother's mass to see how fast she's gaining weight. They are going to check her blood pressure to see if she is having hypertension or if she's what is preeclampsia. I don't even remember what is preeclampsia, that type of thing. They are going to check to see if there is diabetes, so they are going to do some urine tests and all of that. They are going to check in the prenatal care. You are going to do an ultrasound, and the ultrasound will help to age the pregnancy, how long you have been pregnant, and give you an idea as to when you are going to be having baby, right? Now, it is also going to, what else, what have I missed out? You are going to check for venereal disease. So you're going to do a blood test to see if you have any disease there that need to be treated, or they need to, you're going to do multiple blood tests, or they need to give you any medication to safeguard the baby or to make that decision when the baby is born, if of course it's going to be a C-section. So all of these are things that are done in the prenatal care. Now in the postnatal care, the mass of the baby will be measured. They are going to do a blood test of the baby again. We are going to, as early as the baby is born, there's a cream that is, I think, placed in the eyes of the baby in order to protect the baby from any, what it does again, that cream in the eye.
You know, some women might develop yeast.
Okay, so you might have yeast infection.
Right.
So the cream there protect the baby eye. I have a 2-year-old son, no, and I'm finishing school, and his father and I are still together. Congrats. Powell, careful. Careful, Powell. Careful, Powell, careful. All right. They do measurement of the baby. So I want to look now at postnatal care before we go into the birth contraceptive. So postnatal care, if possible, they are going to teach you how to feed the baby. Before or prenatal or postnatal? Where are you taught? Okay, so in postnatal care, you are taught how to feed the baby, how to hold the baby and make sure that the baby latch. That is the word? Latch. So you have to teach that the teacher how to make the baby latch onto the breast. Oh, I know some big words on this thing, man. Okay. They teach you how to bathe the baby that you don't drown the baby. They teach you how to clean the umbilical area there. Then there's also immunization. Yes. They tell you that you are supposed to visit the doctor regularly. So why you guys wasn't giving me all of these stuff? You were giving me all of these big stuff. Why are you doing that to Mr. Wilson? You don't want to do that to Mr. Wilson. All right. So then you are going to be advised. Now, if you have diabetes, and even with the postnatal care, it is not the baby alone that will be checked. The mother will also be checked. All right? Because it is the holistic development of mother and child. Good. So I think we have a good idea as to what is done in these clinics. And for those persons who have not gone to any of these clinics, I hope that we would have convinced you that these clinics are really, really vital for the care and development of your child and, of course, yourself. All right. I am hope that I'll get an opportunity to talk to the males. There's a long list here as to what is to be done. You have the resource factor stuff. You have weight check. You have blood pressure. You have urine test. You have ultrasound to make a decision whether it's going to be cesarean or otherwise. All right, great. Okay, so I'm told now about breast examination for breast cancer and pap smear, just the same, to make sure that there's no, I think, cancer growth cell or things like that there. Everything is fine. All right, that's good. Now we're going to be looking at birth control. Now we're going to be looking at birth control. Oh, wow. I didn't know this, Shernette. The spammers, you can just click a feature and it just hide everything that they send. So they can keep sending from now till next year. The viewers won't see it, it's all hidden. Yeah, see it here, I just do it and I'm sure that the viewers are not seeing it. Are you seeing those messages sent us now? This WinBet stuff. All right. I did the blocking, but I'm not too sure what does that mean. I reported to YouTube. Okay, I reported to YouTube, and then finally now I have hid the stuff. So if the person continue, or some persons are still seeing it, but I don't think that you are going to continue to see it. That should stop soon. And it doesn't stop. I just go into the YouTube channel thing, go to the help desk and send the link to them and have them remove them. All right, great. So now we're going to talk about birth contraceptive. Let us look at it over here. So we are at 7.7 and we're going up to 7.11. So we are almost finished. So explain how birth control method prevents pregnancy. Now, natural, the types of that we're going to look at natural method, barrier method, hormonal method, and surgical method. So there are 4 types of birth control, or 4 categories of birth control, namely natural, barrier, hormonal, and surgical. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is to, in the chat, tell me the surgical methods that you're aware of. All right, great, Kat. So I want you to tell me the surgical methods of birth control that you're aware of. I'm seeing vasectomy. I'm seeing vasectomy. You know, I remember something. Something on vasectomy.
Thank you. Good night,
That's what I was thinking about. All right, so I am seeing vasectomy and I'm seeing tubal ligation. Those are surgical methods. Are there any other surgical methods? Do we have any other surgical methods? Hysterectomy? What is hysterectomy again? That now have to do with putting in colostomy something. I don't remember what is that. Sorry, I really don't remember. All right, intrauterine devices. Very reliable. Might, I'm not sure. All right, so it's a removal of the uterus. I don't even know if I knew that. I know that colostomy and rectomy and all of them something, but I don't know that removing the uterus is a method of birth control. I have never really seen that. That must have been a real gross one. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Forgive me, guys. I forgive me. Forgive me. All right. So we have vasectomy in males, and we have tubal ligation in females. Now, it is also true the procedure is usually done by severing these duct, cutting the duct. But in modern times, the ducts can be plugged just to form a barrier. The advantage of plugging the tube is that the plug can be removed and the person will be all fine again. So it is a method that you should read on more than just the summary that is in the book. You want to understand how it is done and why it is done. How it is done and why it is done. Now, there are many hormonal methods. And I think I don't want to teach it like this. I don't want to teach it like this. I don't want to teach it like this. If I teach it like it is in the textbook, it won't help you much to pass the exam. You'll know them, but when you go to the exam, you can't use them. So what I'm going to do for you, I'm going to teach you with modern questioning techniques that you can use to help yourself in the exam. I see Wilson laughing after me because I don't know Easter, whatever me. All right, but it happens every now and then. There are some things that I don't know. All right, great. What I want you to do for me now, listen and listen carefully. I want you, I'm going to give you some categories. I want you to tell me about birth control that one prevents fertilization. I want you to give me that one first. Then I'm going to ask you for birth control that prevents implantation. Then I'm going to ask you for birth control that prevents ovulation. That is what I want you to do for me. I don't want any regurgitation now. So first, give me some birth control method that prevents fertilization. I am waiting. While I'm waiting, please be reminded you are watching CSEC Biology TCP. I am Mr. Wilson from the TC Academy, our paid online version for biology and, of course, human and social biology. Depo-Vera. Depo-Vera. I need Depo-Vera again, like morning after something. No, I know the name. I know the Depo-Vera. Hey, hold on there. 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 If it was easy, I wouldn't give it to you. So please don't toss anything that come your mind my way. Right? Please don't do that. I want you, if you have to do some research to get it done, you are going to give me, let me remind you. I want you to tell me about contraceptive that stops or prevent fertilization. That's the only one I want now. That prevent fertilization. Don't tell me about contraceptives because all of them are contraceptive. So when you write contraceptive, it means that you're not doing any reading. Now, come on, guys. Come on, you can do it. You are with Mr. Wilson. You have been doing fine all morning. So let's go again. I am a computer. I don't know what I am. I don't know what I am. I am something. All right, so I'm slowing this thing down, man, because you guys just want to go into the book and just pull out some something and give me. And then when you go to the exam and you see the question and can't answer it, you say, but Mr. Wilson have me all morning and we do that and imagine. No. No. You have to get that. You have to, it has to be more than that. Oh, so I'm not going like so I never know what to do. But I always test my faith. That's how you go? Yeah, test my faith. I don't know what that have to do with faith. Abstinence. Tubal ligation. All right, so I realized something here. Pearl pills. I not even know them something. Some of the things I'm on that. That's why I like students.
A long time contraception.
But what it does it prevent fertilization? Does it prevent implantation? Or does it prevent ovulation?
No, I think what it does is prevent implantation. So if ejaculation goes there and whatever, it forms a barrier.
Hold on there, hold on. Guys, listen, hold on. You don't expect Mr. Wilson to give you the answer. No. So I want you to hold on and just listen. I need to arm you with some information. Ovulation means that it prevents the ovary from releasing an egg. So when we're looking at that, that is what we're looking at. Fertilization means that it prevents the egg and the sperm from coming together. Implantation means it prevents implantation in the wall of the uterus. So we are going around the place and we are just typing. The more person get it wrong, the longer I stay here waiting on the right answer. You know? Even when I see the right answer and 500% get it wrong and 1,000% get it right, I am going to stay here until 99, or is 99? Something close to that. I don't know, some I'm a mathematician, so I know not about my piece. Oh, till die. Oh, I have to stay here until die kingdom comes. All right, oral contraceptive, we're not even going there. People, stop and think. We want to know what are the measures that will prevent fertilization. And sometimes I see you do some stuff, and I know that you want to make the education authors look really bad. So you act as if the information is not out there. So I have just pulled myself another book. All right? Because I know the books that you use because I get them free. Right? So we're going to look at what is going to happen. Just look over here. Just check this for me. We're looking at fertilization. We're looking at methods of birth contraceptive. So I am going to start going through now and see who have some of the right answers and call out some persons and see if we can work with those. So tubal ligation prevents fertilization because once a tube are cut, the eggs are prevented from passing down. I will go with tubal ligation. Thank you very much. I will go with that. And I will also go with vasectomy. The pill prevents fertilization by making cervical mucus thick and more difficult for the sperm.
It prevents ovulation.
No, there are pills that can do that. There are pills that do different things. So you can have gels that do it, and you could have pills that operate that way. So you would have to support your answer, like Amoy would have supported her answer by saying exactly how it operates. And when you get to the exam, this is the type of information I want you to be armed with. Now, the condom prevents fertilization. You could go a little bit further and tell me what it does, how it does this, how does it accomplish this role. So here we have, it's telling us about it and telling us, I know that I am at fault here because I just asked you to name and I did not ask you to explain. So I take my slap here. If I'm wrong, I am wrong. A slap, yeah, I got a slap a while ago. All right, so yes, I can go with Amoy, I can go with it's the condom, but how does the condom prevent fertilization? How does the condom? I don't know this fancy stuff, and I'm learning from you. And I'm seeing the diaphragm and the condom and the cervix cap. There are 3 different stuff. Now, I don't know how these stuff work, so if you can help me. Now, the next thing, reading method. Explain that for me now. I don't understand these fancy dancy. Take on the time with me now, man. Why not do me this morning, Jesus God? Take on the time with me, man. All right. So condom prevents sperm from contact the egg, from contact with the egg. How does it prevent that? I don't know. I don't even know what is a condom. How does it prevent that? Dominic, I don't know. Forgive me. How does the condom how it achieve all this? I don't know. Okay, it acts as a barrier. Beautiful. All right. So now that you tell me about the condom acting as a barrier, now tell me about the diaphragm and the cap and how they work. All right, I don't know. You are teaching Mr. Wilson. You came here to teach me now. What you think you're here for? Oh, you didn't know. You never remember. Sorry. Barrier. It traps the sperms and prevent from reaching the egg. Very good. So it acts as a barrier. Condom acts as a well, which prevents the sperm from as a wall. Sorry. All right. Very good. That is good as well, Doyle. Condom acts as a barrier to prevent sperm from getting to the. All right. Good. The condom is working good. So everybody knows about the condom. But what about the diaphragm and the cap? What about those? So we spoke about condom. We spoke about vasectomy. We spoke about tubal ligation, and we're saying what they do. In some cases, some of these methods, they prevent more than one thing. All right, so we have to be mindful of that. So when you get to the exam, you might be asked the most suitable method, but we are pretty much using modern questioning technique to ask these questions rather than you to just name the methods of birth control. And when you go to, okay, which one we used to do this, you don't know. We don't want that. All right. All right, condom prevents sperms from being used, from being released to travel to the fallopian tube. It's nice to say the condom acts as a barrier. We're not at implantation yet. We are going to exhaust fertilization before we touch anything else. We are going to be good at one thing, and then we get to the other one. Hormonal vaginal rings. Release. Let me read this because I never even know them as something. Hormonal vaginal rings release hormone that thickens the mucus of the lining so as to trap the sperms and prevent sperm from reaching the ovum for fertilization. Now look at what Kat did. I don't know about this method, but based on what Kat said, I realize that this is plausible and this is indeed a good move. So when you sell your story on your exam paper, even if the examiner doesn't know it's not a part of what is on the syllabus, it must be something that is plausible that they can research to say, oh yes, this is plausible. It might be something new on the market. A cervical cap is a soft silicone cap that is placed deep inside the vagina. It covers the cervix to stop sperm from reaching the egg. Yes, that is also acceptable. Diaphragm acts as a barrier to prevent sperm entering the uterus. All right? Not only sperm, but also prevent from, that is the condom I think NN family is talking about. A cervical cap is a soft, okay, I am seeing it, it's just that YouTube had hold it, so I have released. All right, so we looked at a number. We spoke about.
Put it down.
Oh no! This class finish when you are ready to leave. If you are ready to leave, no class finish for you. I wanted to finish reproduction, and if time allow, we probably would. I don't know that time will allow until later. But when you are ready to leave, all right, that's fine. You can catch a replay. All right, so we have cervical cap. All right, great. So we have exhausted probably the list of things that would prevent fertilization. They include vasectomy, tubal ligation, hormonal pills and things in other shape and form, and so on. Diaphragm, condoms, cap. All of those are methods which prevent fertilization. So it does not allow the sperm to go up there and meet a sister egg. The teacher really knows what he is doing. He teaches with fun. Sorry, I'm troubling my son. All right, great. So I missed the thought there. So now that we have looked at that method, the methods of birth contraceptive, where we know what these do, they prevent the egg and sperm from meeting. Now we are going to look at some methods which actually deals with implantation. They prevent implantation. Now, when you tell me about these methods, you need to provide explanation that even me in my miserable state will understand exactly what you're doing. All right? And then now, after we would have done that, we move to something else, and then I look at this thing from different angles, so that when you get to the exam, you know exactly whichever way they ask you about birth contraceptive, you can treat it. There are some higher order questions that I'm going to be asking on birth contraceptive before we leave birth contraceptive. All right? So do me a favor, no? There are some past papers here. You can see if you can find a contraceptive question. Like this one of reproduction. So contraceptive question are there. The truth is contraceptive question is on every paper. Somewhere around the back. I could search for some contraceptive question, no? They are usually anywhere past question 3, 4. Between question 3 and 4. We go and find contraceptive pill. About question 3 and 4 on the paper. 3, 4, 5 there about you'll find contraceptive pill. All right, so where you got that? All right. All right, so now we're looking at things that will prevent implantation. We're looking at contraceptive that will prevent implantation. And I have seen some real good questions. I'm going to be asking you some questions it requires more than the summary table that you have to answer. Because like I said, it's not about recall anymore. It's higher order learning. Methods of birth control. All right, so.
Come here, Anna.
It doesn't ask me to explain that. Let me see what it says here. It says.
Anna, come here.
Barrier. So we look at the barrier just now with the condom and all of that. Everybody know about the barrier. Natural method. Natural method is okay. Guys, just let us go back to natural method. The natural method is going to be like rhythmic sex, where you have sex based on the ovulation period, and there's also abstinence that you chooses not to walk in the rain because you are sure that you will get wet. All right. So the most reliable of them all is going to be abstinence. And abstinence here meaning that you don't write that on the paper that you don't walk in the rain. But abstinence means that you don't really, you know what. All right. And then after abstinence, the abstinence is the most reliable because if you don't walk in the rain, then you won't get wet. Then you have sterilization, where you are looking at things like vasectomy and tubal ligation. Then we have the contraceptive pill, which falls next in line, then IUD. Then we have the diaphragm and spermicides. We have the condom, which is not the most effective, but it is there. We have, outside of condom, we have spermicidal creams only. So we use a spermicidal cream. They are less effective than condom. Then we have rhythm that are less effective than spermicidal cream. They look at your safe period, but owing to the fact that your safe period might change depending on the start of your cycle or depending on your mental stress, nutritional condition, your level of intimacy, that type of thing, it could change. Withdrawal of a penis is one of almost not, it's really not reliable. The only thing that is less reliable than that is going to be no contraceptive at all. You just drive recklessly, and where you hit, that is just what happens. All right. So the rhythmic sex method, it has sex based on your safe period. It's not 2018.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I have seen. If you probably look into the yesterday's paper, the 2021 biology paper. I think it has something there. All right, so let us see what about the implantation or what you've been doing. And guys, you are so hell-bent on hysterectomy. Hysterectomy is not a method of contraceptive. All right. What are you doing? Singing? Alright, but ovulation period can change, sir. Yeah, that's what we said. Ovulation period can change, so that is unsafe. That's why it's not reliable. That's true. Withdrawal. Alright, wait. Alright, estrogen. Alright, estrogen, the birth canal inhibits ovulation via the effect of the hypothalamus. Sorry, I am going through, but I am realizing that they are not coming as fast as they should be coming. All right, so we are looking at methods of birth contraceptive that would have prevented implantation. Method of birth contraceptive that would prevent implantation. Now I'm going to go again from least reliable contraceptive to most reliable contraceptive. The least reliable is, of course, going to be no contraceptive. Withdrawal is going to be next. Rhythmic sex follows. Spermicidal creams only would be next. Then we are going to have condoms would be next. And then the diaphragm and spermicide follow. IUD follow. So we are now moving up to the most reliable. Contraceptive pills are said to be reliable. Sterilization is said to be reliable. And the most reliable of them all is abstinence. That's what they say. All right? So it prevents. What does that mean? Why we don't? I'm not getting that we are answering the question. Yes, I want to know, and I'm waiting on you to tell me. All right, so I start somewhere. All right, make it see. I will ask questions. So implantation. Oh, let me just go down that line with Johnson. How does condom prevent implantation? How does I don't know that that is the best answer, because whatever is going to prevent implantation should be acting pretty much on the walls of the uterus, right? In that area. So we don't want to just use them like a band-aid. We want to understand specifically how they are working. What is it that they are doing? So let me look at this. I think I saw something somewhere. The copper T. Take, for example, the IUD. Who doesn't? Let me that one. The summer book. The copper T. I think this one has a lot in it. Yeah, man. Copper T IUD. So we have like the copper T, and it is very reliable. And whose book is this? This is from Collins, and this is Antindale book. And Antindale is saying that the uterine IUD and how this method work. It's a plastic device usually containing copper or progesterone inserted into the uterus by a doctor. And what it does is to prevent sperms from reaching the ovum and prevent implantation. So the copper T has two functions there. It prevents implantation as it tricks the body that it is already pregnant. So another thing, so IUD is big on it. I realize that a lot of persons are having problems here. Another thing that is big on it is the hormonal pills that you take. So either hormonal pills or the hormonal injection, those can use to stop implantation. Now, the same hormonal pill, not pretty much the same, but hormonal pill and injection could also be used to stop ovulation. All right. So once you're going to talk about implantation, you can talk about IUD and the hormones, whether it be pills or it is going to be injectables. So these are some of the things that we need to do. Not only should we know the name of a contraceptive, but we need to know why the contraceptive is used. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the contraceptive? Now, if we look at sterilization,
Sterilization.
no, there's a question in my head. I want to make sure I arm them with the information before I ask questions. All right. So IUD targets the wall of the uterus because it is a device that remains in the uterus and prevents pregnancy. Now we need to understand how all the methods of birth contraceptive we made mention of, how they work, what are some of the advantages of using them versus the disadvantages of using them. Now, some of these are going to be cost effective, some of them are going to be easily accessible, some of them persons will like more, some have side effects, and all of that. You need to make sure that you look at that. Now, so if you are using the field guide book, then you don't want to just pay attention to that green summary table. You want to read the content to understand how it is work, or how it should work. However, if you are using the Antindale summary book, those two tables are very, very good in assisting you. If you don't have that information, you can Google it. All right. Now that we have looked at birth contraceptive, and I suggest that you do some more reading as to how they work. One, the advantages and disadvantages of using each of the method. We're going to move on now to explain we are pretty much at advantage and disadvantage of birth control. I was going to up over that and ask you to do that, to look at the advantages and disadvantages. Now we are going to discuss issues related to abortion. But we did abortion right when we started out, right? When we started out, we did abortion. So we are supposed to include spontaneous abortion, which is miscarriage, reasons to include advantages and disadvantages of abortion. That is how we started the show. So I do hope that you have that all locked. We are supposed to explain the importance of family planning and the social and economic implications. I think I really want to look at that. I think I really want to look at that. Oh, I have forgotten this. I had forgotten this. I said that we were supposed to do this. All right. So, what are some of the social and economical implications of family planning? So pretty much, I think we want to find out, why do we do family planning? What's the importance of family planning? Why any at all we need to do family planning or carry out family planning? Why we need to do carry out pro-choice versus pro-life? What is that? I'm dumb to that kind. All right, so we want to help to reduce pregnancy by controlling the population. What else? So controlling population is one of the main goals of birth contraceptive. To make sure we are stable to have a family, to make sure that we have enough to take care of our family, which most time never happen, to avoid abortion, all right, to avoid abortion that could pretty much cost our life, to reduce abortion and unwanted children, to prevent pregnant and timing of child, control the spacing of the children, we need to know that as well, control the number and timing of birth in the family, decrease health risks, no unexpected pregnancy, to allow parts to where am I? To allow parts to plant, to allow parents to plant the space, to allow parents to properly space the children. All right. Ensure resources are enough. Yes, and that will never ever happen. Reduce birth rate, uh, control our timing of birth, and of course, make sure we are stable. All right, I think I like all of those. All right, so you want to do that. Now, the last part that we have here is to talk about tables and chart and diagram to represent data. Now, we would have done this a whole lot when we looked at the graphs that we have been looking at, how to represent tables and all of that. Now, this takes us to the end of birth control and reproduction. Now we are in section C, where we are supposed to look at mitosis, and we have been looking at mitosis a whole lot. So just let me go through this. Meiosis, meiosis, meiosis. So you have a lot to look at with meiosis. Explain why genetic variation. All right. I'm going to give you a video. Having given you this video, I am going to break. It is now 11 o'clock. And I will rejoin you at about 5 o'clock. I'm going to give you some videos because it will reduce the amount of content that we have to cover tonight and give us more time to do some practice paper between tonight and into tomorrow. So I am going to be sending you, being that we are doing continuity and variation, I'm going to be sending you some videos in the chat now, and you can just click on those. Some of the videos are mine and some could be other person's video. So I am going to go for my playlist on genetics, and I'm going to send you that link for the playlist so that you can cover the content on genetics. So just give me a second as I pull the playlist. I know that a lot of persons have not covered genetics, or I think that a lot of persons have not covered genetics. And one of my problems is that I don't have any paper to teach you genetics now, or continuity and variation.
Introducing Speechula, the most natural sounding text-to-speech software on the market. Hey.
All right, there is my genetic playlist. I'm going to ask you to just go on over, click on it, go on over and watch. Those are well animated, well explained. So that should assist you. As
the head of sales.
Let me just look at the syllabus again to see what other video I would have that can help you. Okay, those videos cover a lot of variation. All right, so let me just tell you now, I will remind you, I will not be doing section E of a syllabus. That is the last part of the syllabus that I taught. So you'll have to go and read that and sewage and learn those stuff. I won't have time to cover all of that. So if you go to my live and look for the last set of videos that we did on environment and water treatment and sewage treatment and disease, you can have that there. We're not going to be going through that. So I'm just going to be having a quick class this evening on continuity and variation. I will touch a little mitosis, meiosis. I want you to remember, I've been saying this, that Down syndrome is one of the things that you should look at. I remember that Down syndrome is associated with chromosome 21. Now, with chromosome 21, it's a chromosome that we call trisomy. Another thing you need to realize is that there are more than one type of Down syndrome, and there's even Down syndrome that can be inherited. The truth is the syllabus just speak to Down syndrome, but the exam paper question more than just trisomy. There are about 3 types of Down syndrome, however, it's just trisomy that is in the syllabus, so we want to pay attention to that. Just give me a second here. My time is up, though, you know. My time with you now is up. We've been here quite a while. So the time with you is would have expired. So if you can read, okay, everything on these genetic cross that you should know is on the video. There's nothing in the videos for mitosis and meiosis. And then you are going to need to look at DNA, RNA, natural environmental effects on persons. So if you are using, I don't even want to give you pages. If you are using the Phil God book, you are going up to page 275 for genetics, and it would have started right after reproduction. All right, so that's going to be from me for this point of the day. I have to go back writing. I'm not going to sleep. I've been working on the book to send it off. The book should go off Thursday, so I'm going back to write. So okay, what time? Okay, before you go, you know I'm going to ask you the same question I ask every time. Please say the name of your country that you're from, and if you are in Jamaica, please say which parish you are from. 5 o'clock today. 5 o'clock today, Jamaica time, which means that's going to be about 6 o'clock in Trinidad and 6 o'clock in Guyana. We have to start a little earlier than 7 o'clock. Why we have to start a little earlier than 7 o'clock? We want to see if we can toss a little bit of past paper in the mix. I have to break now to see if I can finish what I have to do to look at suitable questions for the past papers so that we all will be fine later. So let us just do the roll call. Kingston is in the building. Okay, St. Vincent is here. Montego Bay, Trelawney, Trinidad and Tobago, Kingston, Grenada, St. Kitts, St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, St. Catherine, Manchester, St. Catherine, St. James, Jamaica, Hanover, Spanish Town, St. Catherine, St. Catherine again, St. James, Kingston and Jamaica, St. Elizabeth, Portmore and St. Catherine, Trinidad, Spanish Town, Kingston, Spanish Town, Old Harbour. I see Amoy doing some work over there. Portland, Manchester, Clarendon, Barbados, St. Thomas, Oklahoma, St. Elizabeth, St. Kitts, Portmore, Clarendon, Tobago, Grenada, Jamaica, Maypen is lit, Barbados, Dominica, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, Old Harbour, Portmore, and that seems to have topped off all the patrons, all the students we have here. We have persons continue to come from Spanish Town. We do invite others to join, as we are going to be having a show tonight, starting at 5, and tomorrow we have a show start somewhere about 6 o'clock, because I don't want to sleep tonight. And then we are going to go up with that show until about 11 o'clock tomorrow. And then you are going to leave for your exams. So I want to see if we can drop some past paper. So if you work some past paper already and you want to send the work copy of the past paper to make it easier, you know my email address. you can send it there, and we see how well we can deal with things in to get into the exam tomorrow. But you are going to be fine. Make sure that you understand the difference between the sludge activation method of sewage treatment and the air, what is it, the air filtration method. The two methods of sewage treatment, you want to have a good grasp of that. You want to make sure that you understand the pit latrine as well. You want to ensure that you understand pollutants, and you want to understand sewage disposal, how sewage should be disposed, and of course, some of the diseases that are associated with bad disposal of sewage. I would suggest to you, we are sure that sewage is on the paper, that if you can just do a quick read or do a quick video, go to one of my live videos and deal with the last part of the syllabus that starts at, let me tell you what page, if you are using the Field Guide. Remember that you need to read on diabetes and hypertension, right? So I'm going to give you know a little bit about AIDS. AIDS is not in the thing, but I don't trust them. AIDS might come a little bit. So where we reach 19, from page 19 in the Field Guide book, going around, which is not much. So from 19 in this book, from chapter 19, which is on page 370, just get a quick read over that, and you should be fine. I sent you just now my playlist on genetics. Go there. There are some other genetic stuff that we are going to touch later, some that we use in the video there. I am spamming up the place with the thing. I am going to just go back in to check to see if there's any other video link that is pertinent for today that I need to share with you. Just one, I think yes, I need to send you this thing on the skeletal system that we have done. That is important for today's class. Skeletal system. So we are pretty much at the end of class for this morning. It was a long class. I hope that we did learn a thing or two. All right, so that is the skeletal system. All right, see you later. But we don't know which diagram we're getting, do we? We don't know which diagram we're getting. So what we have to do, we have to make sure that we know all the diagrams that the syllabus says are to be known. All right, so it's my pleasure, guys. So I'll see you later. Remember to like, share, and of course, subscribe. This is going to be it for this morning. I remember to tell the persons at your school to subscribe. The more persons subscribe, the more we do videos. If you don't subscribe, you don't watch the videos, we don't make them. All right? And students usually complain that we don't understand the video. They are just some foreign American video persons are building. We are building Caribbean videos now, so you understand our diction very well. A lot of the words that we use are somewhat similar. All right, later you can log out, log out, keep going, Go on to your next day's task or the other task for the day. When I am down. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming. I'm coming.